Good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much for joining us here on the second day of the Second International White Hat Conference. During this session, we will begin our mock trial, session one, which will include a presentation as well as cybercrime investigation expert testimonies. So we will go real quick into introducing our three teams.
Hi, I'm Jian. I'm currently studying digital forensics at Korea University. I'm interested in cybercrime and digital forensics and looking forward to meeting all you soon.
Hi, I'm Oh Sung-yoon. I'm studying at Korean University School of Cybersecurity and working at Digital Forensic Research Center. I'm very excited to learn something new idea about digital forensics through this competition.
Hello everyone, I'm Yoo Park from Korea University's Digital Forensic Research Center. As a researcher, I'm enjoying to develop practical methodologies and techniques for supporting cybercrime investigations. We all look forward to participate in this competition. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ban Thakong, a participant coordinator and interpreter at International Law Enforcement Academy, Bangkok, where I gain experience and knowledge about cybercrime investigation. The Academy is a training center where regional law enforcement officers come together to join training courses, and we discuss about trends, national policies, and also investigative techniques to combat cybercrimes and transnational crimes. We hope together we can be a safer world.
Hello everyone, my name is Bonhe. I am a fresh graduate from the University of Arizona and the American University of Phnom Penh. Currently I'm working at the Ministry of Justice with the legal expertise, and we are currently drafting the penalty provision for the cyber law. And we are working closely with the Ministry of Telecommunication, and I hope that I can make a good law for my country.
Hi guys, my name is Wood and I'm from Cambodia. I'm a senior student at UTS, University of Technology, Sydney, currently pursuing my Bachelor of Science in IT, major in Networking and Cybersecurity and Interaction Design. It is my pleasure to join the 2021 White Hat Conference and glad to join my Cambodian team. We are looking forward to the competition.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Toot, and I'm a technical expert in my team. Our team has participated in several Capture the Flag competitions and hackathons, such as the Hungarian Cybersecurity Challenge, which was organized by the Special Services for National Security. We also love to spend our free time solving Capture the Flag challenges and exploiting vulnerable machines on Try Hack Me and Hack the Box penetration testing labs.
Hi, my name is Mario, and I work as a risk management and cyber compliance specialist. Everyone on our team has a full-time job in cybersecurity, and we participate in part-time master studies. We organize an ethical hacking course for our fellow students in our free time. I can safely say that cyber is more than just a career for us, it really is a lifestyle.
Hi, my name is Zoltán János. I'm a group leader within the Hungarian police forces. I've gained experience investigating several types of cybercrimes and monitoring cyber activities via OSINT and other methods. The strength of our group lies within diversity, that we came from 3 different fields of cybersecurity, giving us the chance to see the whole picture more accurately.
So we're now going to move into the mock trial portion of today's session. The mock trial will be moderated by Jennifer Leprade from the US, and their 3 teams will present their evidence to Mohamed Chaki, the international judge from France, Nicolas Staub, the international judge from Switzerland, and Austin Gibbons, the international judge from the United States. Dr. Jennifer Leprade is an assistant professor in the Department of Criminology and Criminal Justice and the founder and head coach of the mock trial program at Missouri State University. She has served as a judge at multiple American Mock Trial Association regional and national tournaments. She earned her PhD in criminology and criminal justice and her master's degree in political science with an emphasis in constitutional law from the University of Texas at Dallas. Her research interests include cybercrime, courts, and policing. Dr. Mohamed Chaki holds a PhD in law from the University of Lyon 3 in France for a dissertation on French, British, and American cybercrime legal systems. This was followed by a 3-year postdoctoral research at the Faculty of Law, University of Aix-Marseille 3, France. He is a senior judge in Egypt and the founder chairman of the International Association of Cybercrime Prevention, the AILCC, located in Paris, France. An association of the international IT experts and legal scholars specializing in cyber law, privacy, and security. He is also the founder and co-director of the African Center for Cyber Law in Kampala, the ACCP. This research center was founded in collaboration with the United Nations. Dr. Chaki holds over 25 prizes for this academic achievement and was awarded the Medal of Excellence by the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt in 1998, the International Prize of Claire Leroux Dubé from Canada in 2007, and the Distinguished Services Medal from the Government of Brazil in 2009. Our next judge, Nicholas Staub, is dedicated to reducing ever-rising costs and losses related to financially motivated cybercrime by using technology and fostering strong public-private partnerships. As one of the first Swiss prosecutors specialized in fighting cybercrime, Nicola previously led numerous investigations in Switzerland and abroad. He has initiated and been contributing in an expert capacity to a variety of national and global initiatives against cybercrime, and serves as the ambassador to the Global Cyber Alliance and is a member of the Cybersecurity Committee of Digital Switzerland. Nicola is an attorney at law, earned his LLM at King's College in the UK, and completed various trainings in Switzerland and abroad in his field of expertise. Our final judge, Austin Givens, is an associate professor of cybersecurity at Utica College. His research has appeared in the Cyber Defense Review and the National Cybersecurity Institute Journal, among other outlets. In 2018, Givens was appointed to serve on the national staff of the U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary as Branch Assistant for the External IT Security Awareness, a capacity in which he develops IT security awareness and training products for the 28,000 plus members of the U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary and the Coast Guard forces worldwide. He received a PhD in public policy from the Department of Political Economy at King's College in London. We'll now hand it off to our moderator, Dr. Jennifer Leprade, for the mock trial.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the mock trial portion of the cybercrime investigation competition on this exciting day 2 of the 2021 International White Hat Conference. So we began this competition 2 days ago with 16 talented teams from all over the world. And now the top 3 teams will move forward to this live mock trial portion, which makes up the final 30% of the overall score. So congratulations to the teams, all the teams, and especially the top 3 teams for moving forward to this stage. Obviously, it takes a lot of knowledge and sophisticated skills to do cybercrime investigation. However, investigators must also be able to effectively apply that evidence to the appropriate legal codes and clearly present that evidence in court. Because if they're not able to do this effectively, then the investigation could be wasted and the cyber offender may not be held accountable. So the mock trial portion of this competition is really important because it takes cybercrime investigation to the next level. It takes it a step further to really test how well teams can present the evidence they uncovered and how clearly they can link that evidence to the appropriate legal codes to help secure conviction for the offender, which is what we want ultimately. So again, congratulations for making it this far to the top 3 teams. And I'll talk a little bit about how this mock trial portion of the competition is going to work. So again, the top 3 teams move to this final round. 1 person per team will present for the team. The teams will each have 15 to 20 minutes to present, so that's not a lot of time there. So the teams will have to pick and choose the most important parts of their investigation to present. And then we have, as you heard, 3 very distinguished international judges who will judge the teams, and the judging will be based on a 100-point scale. So I'll kind of go over that. Competitors will be judged on 6 major criteria for these 100 points. For 20 points of the score, the judges will look at the legal code statement. So how effectively did teams present the legal codes? Were the legal codes presented clearly and precisely? Did they appropriately focus the legal codes to the evidence and to the case at hand? So this will be for 20 points of those 100 total points, legal code statement. And then 20 points will be on evidence presentation. So certainly digital evidence can be very complicated, very complex, difficult to understand if you're not kind of in that world. And so how well did the teams present this evidence? Was it clear? Was the main digital evidence clearly presented? Was the supporting evidence clearly presented? And was the evidence linked and relevant to the legal codes? Because again, if they're not breaking a law, if it's not linked to a law, then again, you're kind of doing this for nothing. So evidence presentation is very, very important. So that's 20 points of this mock trial portion. And then another 20 points is critical thinking and complexity. So did the teams use very simple investigative techniques, or did they use sophisticated investigation techniques? Did they approach the problem in a sophisticated way, using critical thinking throughout the investigation? That's also very important. So that's 20 points. And then another 10 points is organization and presentation. So was the presentation kind of all over the place and not really organized, or were there clearly defined sections, clearly defined organization? So that's also very important to really build your case, which is what they're doing here, and to make sure that it is organized and easy to follow. And then this also will score presenters based on was their voice strong? Did they use good sentence structure? Again, just easy to understand and confident about their presentation. So the 3 teams will do their presentation. Again, 1 person per team will present for their teams. And then after all 3 teams present, then we will move to a judge question and answer section of the competition. So each judge will ask each team 1 question, and then that will be the final 10 points of the competition. So how well did the presenter answer the judge question? Did they answer it precisely? Did they answer it with strong knowledge, with confidence? So this will be the final 10 points of the 100-point score for the mock trial portion. So again, this is how the 100 points will play out today. So legal code statement, again, is 20 points. Evidence presentation, 20 points. Clear explanation, 20 points. Critical thinking and complexity, 20 points. Organization and presentation style, 10 points. And then judge question and answer will be the final 10 points, making up 100 points, which again will be 30% of the total for this competition. So order of presentations, we will hear first from Team South Korea, then we will hear from Team Cambodia, and then finally we will hear from Team Hungary. So again, congratulations to all the top teams for making it this far, and good luck to you all. Okay, so Team South Korea.
Hello. I'm
sorry, I'm wearing a mask because of Corona. I have to wearing a mask in a laboratory. So,
Okay. All right, you have 20 minutes to present, and you can start now.
okay. Um, Hello everyone. This is Ho-Sung-Yoon of KU DFRC from South Korea. In this presentation, I'm going to explain the results of our recent investigation on the case number UC-12345. This is the outline of my presentation, especially in the part of collection and analysis process. I will present our event investigation process and findings in detail. Because we are the first presenter among three teams, I will introduce some background on this criminal case. So, in early January 2021, FBI agent learned that Mr. Evel Nudo is allegedly responsible for several of the most expensive computer intrusions of all time. Our team investigated the suspect's computer with warrants issued by an authority of the United States. The suspect's illegal activities and crimes are as follows. First one is illegally accessing computer systems without authorization. The second one is phishing and ransomware attacks targeting financial institutions. The third one is illegal drug trafficking, and last one is illegal guns and weapon sales. Next, legal authority. Our team requested to legal authority for the investigation as shown in the pictures below. We've got authorization for seized computer live on the cloud because the computer revealed the suspect's illegal activities relating to the US Penal Code. In addition, during the examination of the suspect's Windows system, we found an image file that reveals a fact that the suspect is operating Kali Linux system. So in the middle of the investigation, we requested additional authorization for seize live Kali Linux system to investigate further. Next, evidence discovered and categorized. Next, I summarize what evidence our team discovered during the investigation. These are the evidence found from a computer live on the cloud. A target computer that the suspect succeeded the privilege escalation. From the target computer, we have found search history from Chrome history. The suspect searched for the keywords such as finder, power of the PS1 code, or privilege escalation. We also discovered hidden drive and the suspect stored his file here. From the hidden drive, we discovered two evidence, audio files and an image file. Our team found hidden clues of darknet sites from the audio file using public scripts. We also found that the suspect has hidden an IP address for a Kali Linux machine from the image file. From the Linux machine, we discovered two hidden and suspicious directories containing the files beginning with file X. Next, file X is just list a number. So we figure out 10 files below. The files were related to the suspect's illegal activities such as drug trafficking. The files included darknet website, ransomware template, and phishing email template he used. Illegal darknet site was also accessible through a subdomain of the website. We found out drug sales amount and its customer from the website log on with admin account. Next, collection and analysis process. When accessing to the system for investigation, its basic information was identified as this slide. Operating system is Windows 8.1 Enterprise Evaluation, 64-bit, and US Eastern Time Zone, and so on. To perform illegal activities and crimes, the suspect needed to gain root access. Root access means admin access. So the suspect searched a way for the privilege escalation in a Windows system. He used power of some PS1 script and finally successfully escalated his privilege. Through all of this, it is related to the US Penal Code 18 USC 1030 A5B. With the administrator privilege, we started forensic analysis on the suspect's Windows system. When performing basic artifact analysis, a trace on a hidden drive Z was found from a link file in the following recent folder. FTK imager for interpreting partition table and file system was utilized to examine deeply the local storage device of the live system. The tool identified an additional volume that has not been shown in default Windows Explorer. Through all of this, it is related to the US Penal Code 21 USC 846. In addition to that, we found 3 suspicious files, goodfunks.wlv and Gero leaks.wlv and text.jpg. 2 WAV files had hidden messages about darknet, and JPG file had hidden access information about Kali Linux system that we had to investigate further. So through all of this, it is related to the US Penal Code 18 USC 1030 E2 and 18 USC 1343 and 18 USC 1038 A1. Next one, right after connecting the live Linux system for investigation, its basic information was identified as follows. Operating system is Kali GNU Linux 64-bit, version is 2021 January. Time zone is US Eastern Time. So and so on. This Linux machine was used to access to the darknet IP address and send phishing email. Through all of this, it is related to the US Penal Code 18 USC 1037 A1 and 18 USC 1038 A1. Before accessing the suspect's Kali Linux system, we heard that there exist several files relating to codename file X. We executed command for finding the files beginning with file X. The files contain darknet website, a sample of phishing email, or ransomware template. Through all of this, it is related to the US Penal Code 18 USC 229 A1, 18 USC 1038 A1. 18 USC 229 is about prohibited acts for chemical weapon to develop, produce, otherwise acquire, transfer, something like that, to use chemical weapon. And 18 USC 1038 is about false information and hoaxes. And whoever engages in any conduct with intent to convey false or misleading information under circumstances where such information may reasonably be believed and where such information indicates that an activity as taken. The next one, part two. Yeah, in this section, we accessed the website that suspect used for drug trafficking and weapon sales. We checked admin dashboard and figure out how many products he sold or how much he earned from the darknet website. Through all of this, it is related to the US Penal Code 18 USC 229 A1 and 21 USC 841 A1. And that's it. That that is that's it.
All right, thank you very much. That was Woo Song Yoon from Team South Korea, KUDRDFRC. So thank you. I'll give the judges a few minutes to work on their scores. So judges, if you'll fill in your scores on the appropriate areas and then let me know when you're ready, and then we'll move forward with Team Cambodia as soon as our judges are ready. Judges, you may also want to make some notes for what you want to say during the comment section, any questions you want to ask during the question and answer portion. All right, looks like our judges are ready to proceed. Thank you so much. And there's been a little bit of a change. We're going to switch the order a bit. And next, we're going to hear from Team Hungary. So we have Zoltan Dons presenting for Team Hungary. So take it away.
Hello, everyone. I will need some time with the presentation. I found how to represent the PPT in full screen, but it doesn't want to move. So give me half minute.
Okay,
check it.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
So welcome everyone. My name is Zoltán Dénes and I represent the Hungarian team 50 Shades of Grey Hair in this competition. Let's start with the case. According to the information given in the early January of 2021, Mr. CIC, a special agent in the FBI, learned that the individual, only known as Mr. Evil Noodle, is responsible for several of the most expensive computer intrusions of all time. According to the allegations, some of the various illegal activities and crimes that Mr. Evil Noodle and the organization that he's a part of may be involved include illegally accessing computer systems without authorization, phishing and ransomware attacks targeting financial institutions across the world that have collectively stolen over $1 billion, illegal drug trafficking, illegal guns and weapons sales. As illustrated by the information presented by Mr. CIC, a federal arrest warrant has been issued for Mr. Evil Noodle within the United States with the following of charges: suspicion of conspiracy to commit wire fraud, suspicion of conspiracy to commit computer-related fraud, and suspicion of computer intrusion. So our investigation scope was an initial Windows machine, which was seized by the Department of Justice, where we discovered a Kali machine and the darknet store. I will tell these about later. First, we discovered the initial Windows machine using a forensic device named Autopsy. While the autopsy was ongoing, we checked the computer manually as well, and we found traces in the browsing history, which was a sign of administrator SS gaining tryings of the perpetrator, traces of brute force as well, which are text files with passwords, usernames, surnames, dictionary words on the local computer. Brute force attack is a type of attack which target is to gain control or pass the password authorization, and these text files containing passwords, usernames, surnames, and so on are used widely to commit brute force attacks. And the autopsy scan also was very successful. It discovered a hidden hard drive with suspicious text and audio files, which we investigated furthermore, such as with steganography. The steganography is a art of hiding messages in files, uncovered hidden files in two audio files, uncovered hidden messages in two audio files, indicated suspicion of conspiracy and illegal online dealing activity. We also uncovered the hidden Kali Linux IP address from a picture file. We further investigated the audio files and the JPG to trace the origin it was originally downloaded from. We have that it was downloaded from a Google Drive via utica.edu account. Here is our first evidence. Our evidences are technically gathered evidences, and we used screenshots for the reports and the presentation. The first evidence is a browser history of a Google Chrome and Internet Explorer browser. It shows the intention and willingness of the perpetrators to gain unauthorized control over the compromised operation systems, which is illegal according to the US Criminal Code 1512, Section 1, subsection B. Our second evidence is, as I've told you, the suspicious text files containing names, surnames, passwords used for brute force attacks. The third evidence was the hidden drive, which was gathered by the autopsy inspection. This evidence proves that the perpetrator tried to hide his illegal activities and whatever information he gained from these illegal activities. This is an indirect evidence that proves conspiracy according to the 18th US Code 371. Our fourth evidence is the trace of Kali Linux. Kali Linux is an operation system designed for penetration testing, which is legal, but can be used for hacking as well. Finding traces of the usage of this type of operation system doesn't prove anything illegally on its own, but it's an evidence and a sign of suspicious activity, and it raises suspicion. We also found encrypted messages, which are definitely the evidence of conspiracy. The encrypted message was the next: hide the transaction from Lee in the DB. We don't need attracting any attention. So if there is an encrypted message which tells one person to another to hide his activity and transaction, there is definite proof of conspiracy, and we will see what kind of activity they will try to hide. We will show you later. The second computer was the Kali computer. First of all, we obtained a search warrant for the Kali machine to further investigation. We found hidden folders in this computer as well, using the harvester, which is a forensic application. We also found several scan reports dated at 25th of May, including scanning reports of certain targeted organizations. We also found signs of ransomware and phishing activity. we have found one exact phishing template and one exact ransomware template as well. These are text files used for ransomware attacks, and we found it in the hidden directory of the inspected computer. We also found the victims list, which contained detailed information about targets and victims, including IP numbers, amount transferred, company names, and date of contact. Our evidence number 6 and number 7 shows that the perpetrator collected sensitive information about his targets, including healthcare insurance companies, and shows the intention of the perpetrator to explore his targets. According to the US Code 669 Section A, which is theft or embezzlement in connection with healthcare, the perpetrator tried to acquire money and funds from MetLife Health Insurance Company, and he tried to initially accessed several computers without authorization and obtained sensitive information about payment and finance, which is US Code 1030 Section A, subsection 2, fraud and related activity in connection with computers. And there is also a suspicion of 2512 Section 1, subsection B, possessing a device that is useful for the purpose of intercepting electronic communications. Our evidence number 8 and 9 is directly evidence to a committed crime, which is ransomware attack. Threatening someone with damaging his or her property and extorting money exchange for that is a crime, and it's also a crime according to US Code 876 subsection D to deliver such an extorting message. And what we found about ransomware attacks directly proves that the perpetrator have committed many ransomware attacks. We also found a phishing template email, which is our evidence number 10. Phishing is an activity of the perpetrator to gain more and more sensitive information about future targets. These informations are often used to commit cyber attacks or sold on dark web marketplaces. Phishing activity is illegal according to US Code 1343 and US Code 1344, Section 2. We also found the darknet store. We discovered the address of the darknet store in the ransomware template file, which is referred to our evidence number 8. We visited the website and found an illegal online marketplace for drug and gun trading. And we also found that the store is named the Evil Noodle Gun and Drugs Shop, indicated the relation between the perpetrator and the marketplace. We needed a search warrant and admin access for further investigations. which we had, and investigated the site further and found the admin panel login where the password could be easily guessed. Upon gaining admin access, we have inspected several reports and dashboards to obtain information about the sellings, the products the perpetrator sold, and the customers he served. These are screenshots about the customers and the products, which is our evidence number 11. According to the 21 US Code A41, Section A, subsection 1 and 2, the perpetrator committed possessing and distributing controlled substance such as cocaine, heroin, and so on, multiple type of drugs, for example. And according to the US Code 922, Section 1, subsection A, unlicensed dealer engaging in the business of importing and dealing with firearms, our perpetrator also committed another crime, which these are direct evidences. We show you the hashes we use. Hashes are important in forensic techniques and digital investigations because the perpetrator or defendant can say that we manipulated evidences, but hashes show the integrity of the saved files. Hash key is used to identify the integrity of the evidence because any change is made in the evidence spoken, the hash key won't be the same. Hash keys are used in digital signatures as well, so the hash keys are perfectly good for identifying a file is integrated and not changed. So, excuse me. So we used direct evidences of committed crimes, indirect evidences that raise suspicion, and various types of signs that shows conspirative activity. According to our forensic review, we determined that sufficient evidence exists to support the pursuit of charges against Mr. Evil Noodle for all the above mentioned crimes. And according to what we found in the dark web, darknet marketplace admin surface, Mr. Ismail Morales will have some explaining to do as well.
Okay, thank you very much. That was Team Hungary. Another good job. All right, so again, we'll give our judges a few minutes here to write down their scores, make some notes on the presentation that they'll use for comments later on, and also ask questions for our teams. And once we get the okay from our judges that they're ready to continue, we will hear from Team Cambodia. All right, looks like our judges are ready to proceed to our final team in the mock trial portion of the cybercrime investigation competition. And this is going to be Team Cambodia, and we're going to hear from their representative, Van Kong. Whenever you're ready.
Excuse me, can you see my screen?
Yes, we could see it.
First of all, my respect to honorable judges. I'm Van Kong. I'm the representative for Cambodian team called Camp Cyber Justice, and we have 3 members in the team. We have Mr. Won Hei, Mr. Dajat, and me. So today I have the honor to present to you about my investigation report on a suspect called Mr. Evil. So without further ado, I would like, in my presentation, I will be talking about the case scenario and also the brief investigation process. And next, I will talk about the search and seize warrant, which are issued, and then I will talk about digital forensic investigation and legal code together with the evidence we found from our forensic examination of the machine of the suspect. And then I will talk about the summary findings and last but not least, Q&A session. So in early January 2021, FBI agents have provided the information to us about an individual called Mr. Evil Noodle, and the information we got are as following. Mr. Evil Noodle has background in computer programming in financial industry, and he is also suspected as a member of criminal organization named Evil Lizard, which conduct various cyber attacks and generate billions of dollars of income. And an arrest warrant has been issued for Mr. Evil, which include the following charges. The first one is suspicion of conspiracy to commit wire fraud. Second one is suspicion of conspiracy to commit computer-related fraud. And another one is the suspicion of computer intrusion. And there's a search warrant on a suspect computers, and it was done by the Department of Justice. And by the use of the computer seized from the suspect, we were able to do the live forensic examination to find for the evidence in order to press the charge on the suspect. So here I would like to briefly introduce you to our investigation process. So there are 3 stages. So the first one is search premise, which means the location we implement our search warrant. And we have the first search warrant. We were able to seize the computer which were live on cloud, And by doing the live forensic examination on that computer, we can then ask for another warrant to seize another machine of the suspect. That is a Kali Linux machine. And when we do the forensic examination of the Kali Linux machine, we were able to ask for another warrant to search the darknet webpage. And about our digital investigation, we strictly adhere to the SOP of chance of custody of the evidence. And once we find the evidence, we document all the evidence very carefully and according to our procedure, correct procedure. And also, the evidence was reserved in a safe environment, and we prevent any contamination. And after the forensic examination of the machine that we seized from the suspect, we were able to find several evidence, and with those evidence, we together with a penal code, we consider some charges against the suspect. So here's the warrants which I talked about a moment ago. The first search and seize warrant, which is the cause of the seizure of the first computer, which is Windows 8, and the name of the machine is Evil Home. And then after doing the forensic of this computer, we were able to ask for the warrant to search and seize another computer with the name of Kali Linux machine, and the name of this computer is Evil Hacker. And last but not least, with the information we get from the Linux machine, we were able to ask for another warrant in order to search the darknet, which contain the shop of Mr. Evil that sell guns and drugs. So, as I said before, there is a arrest warrant for Mr. Evil, and the arrest warrant includes the charges. The 4 charges. So, for the first charge, suspicion of conspiracy to commit wire fraud. So we get the evidence from the Linux machine, which we find the files X7 target, and from this file we do the live forensics examination, and then we find some information in the file by through the use of the file, and we can see like amount of millions of dollars in Bitcoin currency, which the suspect get from the victim. And also we can see the phishing template, which is created by the suspect, and it is also lists a number of targets. So by the use of this evidence, we find out that Mr. Evil violate the U.S. Penal Code, Title 18, Section 1343. So this we can relate his criminal activities through the phishing email templates, which is the intention to do the cyber attacks on various targets. And this template we found in the Linux machine I mentioned earlier, and the total amount of the money he earned from his illegal scheme is 1.75 billion US dollars. So based on this penal code, this title and section, we believe that Mr. Evo should be fined not more than 1 million US dollars or imprisoned not more than 30 years or both the fine and the imprisonment.
Okay, thank you very much, Team Cambodia. 3 great presentations there. Again, congratulations to all 3 teams for making it this far in the competition. We will now take a break. We're going to let the judges finish their scores and also prepare for the question and answer portion, which will begin in the next session, which will be at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. So we will break until 11 a.m. Eastern Time, again, so that judges and competitors can prepare for the last part of the mock trial competition. Okay, just 1 second here. Okay, it looks like Team Cambodia is not finished with their presentation yet, and they have a little bit more to go here. So go right ahead.
So for the second charge, it is the suspicion of conspiracy to commit computer-related fraud. And we can see the suspect has some criminal activities. And the evidence we found in the Linux machine, which we do the search on the Linux machine, and we found 10 files which contain the ransomware template, phishing, and some other illegal activity he intend to commit. So in the ransomware template, he instruct the victim to register for an account on Coinbase, and then he instruct the victim to transfer the fund to the Coinbase and transfer the fund to the electronic wallet, and then he forced the victim to buy the gun and the drug in his store in the darknet. So based on this evidence, together with Penal Code Title 18, Section 1030, subsection A7, we can see that Mr. Evil violate this title by we can see the evidence of the various phishing and ransomware template which he used to extort people to buy gun and drug in the darknet. And the penalty, we believe that he shall be punished by a fine or imprisonment of no more than 10 years, or both the fine and the imprisonment. For the charge number 3, suspicion of computer intrusion. So in the Linux machine, we, by the use of the file, XML file, we can see some information related to the attacks on various targets. And this is suspected to be the cyber attacks or another computer-related attacks or ransomware attack. So by the use of this evidence, Mr. Evil violate Title 18 U.S. Penal Code, Section 1029, subsection A and 5. So in this evidence, we can see his 6 ransomware attacks, which result in his income 1.75 billion US dollars and the template. And Mr. Evil should be punished by a fine or imprisonment of not more than 15 years, or both, based on the penal code we select. So therefore, suspicion of the illegal gun and drug sales in his darknet store. We have evidence number 4, which consists of 4 evidence, and we can see his customers and his guns and drug sales in his darknet shop, which is illegal because he doesn't have any authorization to sell this firearm and controlled substance. So we can see that Mr. Evil violate Title 18 U.S. Penal Code, Section 922, subsection A1. So, and the penalty for this evidence and match with the penal code, he can be imprisoned not more than 5 years for selling the gun in his darknet shop. And based on the Title 18 Penal Code, Section 841, subsection A, and the evidence of the 17 type of drug in his store. So based on this title, we can punish him as a fine of not exceeding 50 million US dollars or not greater than that authorized in the Title 18, or he shall be imprisoned of not less than 10 years or not more than a lifetime. So beside this 4 main evidence, we also have other supporting evidence which we have found in the initial stage of our forensic examination. When we get the first computer, we see hidden drive in that computers, and in that hidden drive we can find 4 suspicious files, and when we cannot open the file to see the information, and so we have to open each file with the notepad, which lead us to see the IP address, something that suspicious to be IP address, and with that we use that information to convert to IP address, and that IP address lead us to find the Linux machine. So all in all, we believe that with all the evidence we presented to the judge, we would like to put the charge on the Mr. Evil on the charge of conspiracy to commit wire fraud, conspiracy to commit computer-related fraud, computer intrusion, illegal guns, and drug sales based on the penal code I mentioned above. So that's all for me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Team Cambodia. I understand there were some technical glitches there. So I appreciate you coming back and finishing your presentation. We certainly will make sure that doesn't affect your score. We understand you did have a full PowerPoint prepared. So thank you for coming on and finishing despite the technical glitches. Unfortunately, in this setting, that's going to happen sometimes. So, so good job again by all of our competitors. Congratulations. So again, now we will take that break and we will let our judges finish up their scoring and prepare for the question and answer portion. So we will be back at 11 a.m. Eastern time, and I will see you then. Thank you again. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the mock trial competition, the mock trial portion of our cybercrime investigation competition at the 2021 White Hat Conference. We just heard 3 great presentations from our top 3 teams, from Team South Korea, Team Cambodia, and Team Hungary. So now we're going to bring the judges back, and the judges are going to ask questions to the competitors about their presentations, and that will be the final portion of their score, the judge question and answer portion. So if we could have our judges come back. Thank you, judges. Thank you for your work today and judging these 3 great competitors. So we will start with the first team, Team South Korea. So if we could have Woo Sung-yoon come back. So each judge will take turns and ask questions to the competitor. So we will start with Judge Chalky. Dr. Chalky will ask Team South Korea questions, and then also give feedback on his presentation. All right, Judge Chalky, you ready?
Yeah, thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure to participate in the White Hat competition today. I would like to thank Professor Choi for inviting me as a mock trial judge in this competition. In fact, I have already participated before in such competitions organized by Oxford University, but let me tell you that this competition is very, very unique. I'm very happy. I would like also to thank my colleagues, Professor Austin Givens. I would like to thank you, Jennifer. I would like to thank you, my colleague Nicola Staub for their input in this competition, and I would like to thank Rachel Lan for her assistance. I will start by some comments. As for the team of South Korea, in fact, you need more explanations for digital investigation steps, and you need to focus more on the content of your presentation and to have more analysis. The presentation style was good, but needs more sentence structure. It's recommended also that you don't need the slides word by word as you did in the beginning of your presentation. In addition, you have mentioned some wrong legal codes, and you didn't mention some applied ones. As for the question, in fact, I have a general question to the 3 teams, and I prefer to have the same question so that this will be evaluated on the same basis and I will be fair. So my question is, according to your legal and technical experience, how can we address the challenges of tackling cybercrime on the dark web, especially using cryptocurrencies in the transactions, which makes offenders anonymous?
Okay. Please give me a moment to organize my thoughts. About cryptocurrency?
Yeah, using them on darknet, yeah. This represents a major challenge for law enforcement. How can we tackle this issue, yeah? I don't know what's your background. Is it legal or technical? Your background is technical?
Yeah, my background is technical, but I think...
Okay, from the technical perspective.
Oh, technical perspective?
Yeah.
Okay. We can figure out the suspect client system desktop, and we can analyze artifact to some artifact to when using cryptocurrency. There might be some Windows artifact or some hardware wallet or software wallet. They can be files or data in their system, so you can analyze the data or artifact, I think.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Judge Staub, you can give feedback and then ask your question.
First of all,
yeah.
Oh, yeah. First of all, thank you very much for this presentation, and of course, it's an amazing pleasure to also be on this panel and part of this mock trial. And please excuse me, I will refrain from thanking everyone, and thank you, Chalky, to do it. But as I see, we're very limited on time. So just a brief feedback for you on the presentation. It was well presented, I think, and I thank you. From a Swiss, let's say, judge perspective, it was very focused on the technical side. And I just heard that your background is more technical than legal. So in a real life scenario, I would, of course, really recommend you here to focus a little bit more on the legal argumentation to bring forward when presenting evidence to a court. Since you're technical, I just have a more simple question to ask you. What procedure or process did you use during your investigation and forensic analysis to show and make clear to the court that the evidence was not altered or tampered with during the investigation? Do you see a technical way, or how would you show that after seizing the evidence and when presenting it, it was not altered or tampered with?
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Could you tell the question one more time?
Yes. So my question is just, after seizing evidence, I understand that you did some investigation and you looked and found evidence and suspicious activity. Now, oftentimes, or it can happen that it's questioned, that the investigator changed something or changed some even technical things within the investigation. And so is there a way, or how can you show to the court that evidence is still the same digitally when it was seen, and that nothing was changed or altered during the investigation?
Yeah. Traditional digital forensic in my side, I use Falcon hardware imaging, and they're provide integrity thing, but this competition is live forensic. Because there was live forensic, it was very difficult to retain integrity of the target system. So we tried to imaging that virtual machine, but it could be changed the thing, because once we import the software or download something, it should be changed anyway. So it was difficult, but we tried to keep integrating. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. Thank you very much for your answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and now Judge Austin Gibbons will give some feedback and ask a question.
So I would say that on the whole, your presentation was very well organized. It was logical. It was clear. It was easy to follow. And so I commend you and your teammates for that. I had a question regarding your investigation of the darknet site. And I was wondering if you could go over again your process for that component of the investigation. How did you look into the darknet site? What tools did you use? Did you seek an authorization to conduct that piece of the investigation, and so on?
Actually, darknet site is after CTF, the professor give the credential data, and we after CTF we analyzed the darknet site, the solving analytics problems. So If we have a plenty of time about analyze the darknet side, you can use search subdomain, and we can brute force about the credential password, something like that. Yeah, that's my answer.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Thank you, judges. Thank you, Team South Korea. And next we will have Team Cambodia, Gan Hong. And he will answer questions for his team. Dr. Chalky, you can start.
Yeah, as for the presentation of Team Cambodia, it was clear. Some explanations of digital investigations needed more discussion. As for the organization, you had correct sentence structure, but ideas needed to be more clear. The legal codes you mentioned had some wrong ones. I mean, you didn't mention the correct legal codes, and you missed some codes. That's general comments. And I have the same question that I asked to Team Korea. How can we address the challenges of tackling cybercrime on the dark net, especially using cryptocurrencies in the transactions by the offenders, which makes them anonymous?
First, I think we should have some information which report about the illegal transaction, and
okay,
and if there are witness or some informant who come to tell us, we can proceed with some procedures such as finding evidence on the internet, or finding some link which can be an answer.
Yes, but let me tell you that when dealing with cryptocurrencies online, this makes offenders anonymous. How will you trace them?
I think we should find the victim of if sorry, I cannot answer.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Judge Nicholas Staub.
Yeah, hello, and thank you very much from my side for the presentation. I really thought it was very clear, and I liked also the design, how you did the slides very well. Unfortunately, I don't think we saw the last third, but I'm sure they were just as nicely done as the first half of them. And I especially liked also from a judge perspective, maybe with less technical knowledge, how you clearly showed the investigation process and how we conducted it. And I also actually really liked for that mock trial, in my view, pretty complete and clear legal conclusions that were done. For the question, you also very nicely presented the 3 search warrants. Let's assume for my question that search warrant number 2 is ruled invalid by the court. Can you think what this would mean for your investigation? If this search warrant was ruled invalid, just 1 out of the 3, and then would you need to do something maybe from a digital or forensic perspective with the evidence, or can you leave it as it is?
I think if one search warrant is invalid during the court trial, and it was not admissible in the court. I think I will contact my forensics examiners in order to find more probable cause on the, the suspect computers and machine. And when we gather all the information which can be the probable cause, we can submit all the information we find from our forensic examination, and then we then again request the search warrant so that we can proceed with the investigation.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Judge Austin Gibbons.
Thank you. I appreciate the quality of your presentation, echoing Judge Staub and Judge Chalky's earlier comments. And I'd also like to commend you for completing your presentation despite the technical glitches. It's not easy to recover from something like that, which is beyond your control. My question to you is, at what point exactly did your team realize that you would need a third search warrant for the darknet site? What prompted your team to make that understanding that you'd need a third warrant?
The prompts we get a hint from our case manager. He said that there was an update latest qualities of cocaine in the darknet. And then during our forensic examination, we also find the evidence, find FRs on the machine of the Windows machine, which is not Linux. And then we do the forensic examination on that file, and then we can see some information related to darknet. And then we request for the warrant, the third warrant, in order to do the search on the darknet.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Team Cambodia. And next we will hear from our final team, Team Hungary. And Judge Chalky will again start us off.
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer. In fact, I enjoyed your presentation so much. One comment, as I mentioned to one of the teams, it's not recommended that you read the slides word by word. You can summarize it as you did in the beginning. As for the codes, you didn't mention all of them. Also, you repeated code 2512 for many offenses, and you missed some codes, and you mentioned some wrong codes. As for the presentation style, it was good, well organized, and the sentence structure was also good. That's the comments. Now to my question. If you have a search warrant to search for an evidence on a computer, and while searching on this computer, you discovered a new offense, are you going to have another search warrant, or you will continue searching using the same search warrant?
I believe that depends on the legal system. The legal system Hungary uses allows the investigators to continue the search and get the warrant later if it's proven that if we get the search and wait for the search warrant, that evidence might expire. So I would say in Hungary we would continue the search, and after that we would write the search warrant after the time that we done with the inspection. But of course it depends on the legal system as well. If the rules doesn't allow this method, then we should go for another search warrant.
Talking about Hungary. I'm talking about Hungary.
Excuse me?
I'm talking about your country.
So in Hungary, we would continue the search, and we would write another search warrant after we finish.
Okay, thank you.
Jennifer, is it my turn?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you very much. Big thank you for your presentation and welcome also from Switzerland. Just 2 comments. First, I really also enjoyed how you presented and how you used the slides with a very great timeline slide that made it also for a non-technical judge very clear of the steps that you took. A second quick comment is not going to influence my scoring, but congratulations on the name that you chose, 50 Shades of Grey Hat. I really like it very much, but as I said, it's not going to go into the scoring. For my question, and I saw this often as a prosecutor, let's assume you secured evidence as you presented, and maybe before the trial, the perpetrator asks to get the physical hardware back, to get his expensive computer back. From your perspective, would you be able to do something like that and give the computer back? Or would you say, no, you don't give it back, it was used for crimes? If you give it back or not, is there some argument that speaks in favor of doing this or not doing that? What could you do to decide one or the other?
Again, it depends on the legal system, but in Hungary, if we have a decree of search and seizure, we don't use warrants, we write decrees for search and seizure. We seize evidences. There are 3 types of evidences: personal evidences, like testimonies, physical evidences, like a letter, and digital evidences. If we seize a computer with the suspicion of a crime, it was committed with this computer, we are allowed to hold back that computer until the end of the trial. So we don't have to give it back.
Good, thank you very much.
All right.
Okay, great. Judge Austin Gibbons.
Thank you. I also very much appreciate the clever team name that you chose, but like Judge Staub, that won't influence my scoring. I'd like to ask you to think out loud a bit here. When would you say that a person's internet browser history demonstrates illegal intentions?
After inspecting the browser history, I guess.
Mm-hmm. But how can you know? How can you know the person's intentions just by viewing the browser history?
The browser history shows the interest of the said person. If I'm interested in buying a chair, I will search for chairs via Google. If I'm interested in how do any other people produce a bomb, just because I'm curious, I will search for that. But if I want to manufacture a bomb by myself, I will search for more specific information about that. So these hints can, I believe these hints can give us directions about the said person's interest.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Team Hungary. Appreciate that. Very impressive performances by all of our competitors. Thank you so much for your hard work in this competition. Excellent job by all of you. So since this is a mock trial, I think it's only appropriate that we have a final verdict for our friend, Mr. Evil Noodle. So after carefully considering the evidence and the legal codes presented, the judges have reached a final verdict. Judge Austin Gibbons will present the verdict on behalf of the judges now.
It's always a precarious thing when you have to sort through the many different penal codes applicable to Mr. Evil Noodle's offenses. But there is one offense that I think has a high probability of sticking were this an actual jury trial in the United States using the United States legal system. And the specific law in question that I've identified that has been cited by some of the competitors is Title 21 United States Code Section 841, which addresses the distribution of a controlled substance. And given the amount in terms of dollars as well as physical quantities, meaning mass or weight, that Mr. Evil Noodle was distributing on his darknet site, I believe he is eligible to be sentenced to not less than 20 years in prison and eligible for a fine of up to 50 million US dollars. So I doubt we'll be seeing Mr. Evil Noodle for quite a while.
All right, so not very good news there for Mr. Evil Noodle. So now I'd like to just invite our judges to present any final comments that they'd like to make about the competition. Dr. Chalky, would you like to start?
No, thank you. Everything's okay.
All right.
Well, from my end, maybe just again, thank you to the presenters. And if during my time so far fighting cybercrime, the one thing I have seen is that it's really a truly global problem. As I think we have also maybe not seen that much in the mock trial, but it's clear that this evidence is usually spread around the world. Or maybe from a Swiss perspective, it's often also in the US with our friends that we can and need to get it. And so it's very, very important, I think, to participate and to support such competitions, especially also with international participants. And it's at that sense, I think I'm surely speaking also for my fellow judge, Chucky, and all the international teams present. A big thank you for doing this and enabling and participating globally.
All right, thank you. Judge Austin Gibbons.
Thank you, Jen. You know, there's so much that we can say about this competition. I'll speak kind of from my personal perspective as well as my perspective as an educator, and then try to bring things up to a more macro level. First of all, I'm personally so impressed with the array and diversity of teams that we saw in this competition, fully recognizing that the vast majority of them were operating in a language that was not their first, in some cases not even their second language. And they were having to do so in the context of a foreign penal system. And yet, despite that diversity and those challenges, they rose beautifully to the occasion. They were able to orient themselves within US law. They were able to orient themselves within the competition platform itself. This was an endurance test in the physical sense as well as mental sense, because they were up collectively for at least 24 hours, actually attempting to solve the problems presented in the challenge, documenting and asking meticulous questions of the case managers, of whom I was one, and doing it all with a high degree of professionalism and attention to excellence that is really just commendable. So I would say, again, at a personal level, as someone who also is concerned about cybercrime as an ordinary citizen, this is very heartening. This is very heartening. The theme of the competition and indeed the conference has been all together against cybercrime, and one really gets that sense that there is this sort of global drive and unity that brings us all together. And if what we have seen during this competition is any early indication of where things will go in the next 5 to 10 to 15 years, then I'm heartened, and I am more optimistic than I was just a few days ago. So in that sense, great praise to all involved. This has been a really excellent exercise. I would say for the teams that made it to the final round, wonderful job. You've proven your mettle. under very challenging circumstances. And what you have achieved just by making it this far is something about which to be very proud. And so finally, I would just say, to my fellow judges and the facilitators of this entire competition and conference, thank you as well, because this has been a true team effort. It's been an absolute blast working alongside you. And I do hope that we get to do this again in the not too distant future. So Jen, back to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Austin. So this will close out the mock trial portion of the competition. Congratulations to all three teams again. Team South Korea, Team Cambodia, and Team Hungary. Excellent job. Special thank you again to our impressive panel of international judges, Dr. Mohammed Chowki, Judge Nicola Staub, and Dr. Austin Gibbons. So now the judges will finalize their scores. We will do some final tabulations, and then the winners will be announced at the award ceremony at 4 p.m. Eastern Time today by Dr. Chu from Utica College. Thank you again to Dr. Choi for organizing this amazing conference. It really has been a team effort. So many people have worked so hard to put this on, and it's been an honor for me to be a part of it. So thank you so much, and thank you all for joining our mock trial competition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. That was wonderful. And thank you so much to our judges and our competitors as well. This has been a great conclusion to our event here, or I guess not our event, but this morning's ceremonies. We're going to go into a lunch break here, and then we'll be back at 1 p.m. Where we'll be announcing the paper competition session 1 winners. So make sure you join us back here at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to go into a lunch break right now. So thanks for joining us.
But maybe that's a lie. Honey, what's the hurry? Won't you stay inside? Remember not to get too close to the stars. They're never gonna give you love like ours. Where did you go? I should know, but it's cold and I don't wanna be lonely. So show me the way home. I can't lose another love.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the second annual White Hat Conference. If you're just joining us, we're about to move into our first student paper session. So during this session, the paper competitions, the winners number 1 and 2 will be presented in last name order. And then a discussion will be led by our discussant, Dr. Claire Lee, and Dr. Jae-young Choi will be the moderator during this session and will introduce our presenters' bios. So Dr. Jae-young Choi, if you'd like to take it away.
Hi everyone, my name is Jae-young Choi. I'm an assistant professor of criminal justice at Angelo State University. I am honored to serve as the organizer of the student paper competition this year. Thank you for taking your time to be here today. Today, we are going to announce the 4 winners of the student paper competition for the 2021 White Hat Conference. After the student winners make their presentations in the following 2 sessions, the awards ceremony will follow. Before moving on, I would like to briefly mention about how the evaluation process was conducted. Many students have submitted their abstracts and papers. I reached out to the 3 reliable and competent researchers in the field of criminology to serve as judges. Thankfully, they agreed. I created the rubric to evaluate the student papers, and the rubric was revised and finalized by reflecting the 3 judges' comments. The revised rubric was used to quantify and score the submitted papers. The manuscripts were blinded. In other words, the judges did not know the author's information. The 3 judges sent me the rubrics and their comments for each paper individually, and I compiled the results to summarize the scores. As a result, the 4 winners of the paper competition were selected. Today, the 2 knowledgeable scholars will join the student paper presentation session. Dr. Claire Seung Lee, an assistant professor of criminology and justice studies at the University of Massachusetts Lowell, will serve as a discussant in the first session. Dr. Lee is a member of the Center for Internet Security and Forensics Education and Research. Her research has been funded by numerous organizations and agencies. She is currently serving as the treasurer and secretary of the Division of Cybercrime at American Society of Criminology. Chris Kaiser, the founder and the president of Cybercrime Analytics from Canada, will serve as a discussant for the second session. Chris is a member of Kata Alliance, Kata's e-crime cyber council. Chris has authored 2 books, including a book about cybercrime. During the first student paper presentation session, 2 students will present their papers. Sydney from the University of Scranton will make the first paper presentation. She'll present her findings regarding cybercrime and COVID-19. Then Ji-sun from Seoul National University will present her research involving North Korean cyber attacks. Without further ado, let's begin with student paper presentations.
Hello, my name is Sydney Gero, and I'm a student at the University of Scranton studying criminal justice. This semester, my research advisor, Dr. Sinchol Bak, and I conducted an empirical study on cybercrime during the COVID-19 pandemic. Advances in technology and cyberspace have transformed how we live and continue to do so every day. Technology has even created an emerging field of crime, cybercrime. Information technology and interconnectivity facilitate cybercriminals to utilize the internet to exploit online users. Given that, it can provide more criminal opportunities. Moreover, the COVID-19 pandemic has changed the worlds of crime and cybercrime. The nationwide lockdowns and mandatory stay-at-home orders necessitated by the pandemic have caused non-essential businesses and K-12 public schools to close. As a result, work, school, and social gatherings have switched to cyberspace. Therefore, more people are using the internet to continue their lifestyles as normally as possible. This increased internet use then heightens individuals' exposure to cyber criminals and their deviant acts. Since the onset of the pandemic, researchers have conducted studies to investigate how the pandemic has changed the world of cybercrime and victimization. However, no study has empirically examined the relationship between the COVID-19 pandemic and cybercrime victimization, focusing on malware infections in the United States. We believe the societal changes as a result of the pandemic significantly contribute to changes in cybercrime. Therefore, our study explores the relationship between malware infections, COVID-19 reported positive cases, closed non-essential businesses, and closed K-12 public schools. It is important first to review past research and acknowledge their findings. Recent studies have found that the COVID-19 pandemic has considerably altered crime. Some findings specifically include a decrease in property crimes in March and April of 2020, a decrease in minor group offenses, an increase in business burglaries, and an increase in crimes committed alone, such as intimate partner violence and homicide. More importantly, the COVID-19 pandemic has influenced cybercrime around the world. Lally et al. In a 2020 global study found that phishing and malware infections were the two most prominent types of cybercrime during the pandemic. A study from the UK found an increase in cybercrime and online fraud during the pandemic. However, a study from the US found no increase in cybercrime victimization. Therefore, in this regard, the current study expects to contribute significant information to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on cybercrime victimization. Our paper also utilizes the routine activities theory proposed by Cohen and Felsen. This theory explains the three components needed for a crime to occur: a motivated offender, a suitable target, and the absence of a capable guardian. More use of the internet, necessitated by the pandemic, may increase the potential for motivated offenders. Furthermore, unemployment as a result of the pandemic is a factor that may increase the number of motivated offenders, due to a heightened need for money and a greater motivation to steal. Increased use of the internet can also create a larger number of suitable targets. Many research studies have also identified specific deviant computer activities that increase risks for victimization, such as viewing pornography, free streaming, and peer-to-peer sharing. Other non-deviant computer activities that increase the risk for victimization include watching movies and visiting dating websites. A capable guardian can be either an element or a person that prevents a crime from occurring. With cybercrime, a capable guardian could also take the form of antivirus protection or software. Interestingly, some studies have found that antivirus software increases the risk for victimization. We also specifically reviewed research concerning online exposure to malware infections. Demographic predictors for victimization include unemployed younger males who live independently from their parents and have a less active offline social life. Other factors that increase one's vulnerability are public computer use, insecure Wi-Fi connections, and a lack of knowledge or inability to identify malware. On the other hand, a better economic situation is associated with a lower risk of cybercrime victimization. Interestingly, many studies examined personality traits that influence the risk for victimization. One study found that more open individuals had a higher risk for victimization, while those with high conscientiousness and emotional stability had a lower risk. Other personality traits that increase risks for victimization include impulsivity and lower self-control. However, there is limited research on the relationship between malware infection specifically and closed non-essential businesses in K-12 public schools, as well as daily COVID-19 positive case numbers. Given that, we hypothesize the following relationships. 1, there is a positive relationship between closed non-essential businesses and malware infections in the US. 2, there is a positive relationship between closed K-12 public schools and malware infections in the US. And 3, there is a positive relationship between daily COVID-19 positive cases and malware infections in the US. Data utilized in the study derives from the Kaspersky Cyber Threat Real-Time Map, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the COVID-19 U.S. State Policy Database over the course of 6 months from January of 2020 to June of 2020. The Kaspersky Cyber Threat Real-Time Map was used to collect daily numbers of malware infections. The CDC was used to collect daily reported positive COVID-19 cases. Lastly, the COVID-19 U.S. State Policy Database was used to collect data for closed non-essential businesses and closed K-12 public schools. The dependent variable for cybercrime victimization was measured by the number of malware infections in the U.S. per day. The independent variables were closed non-essential businesses, closed K-12 public schools, and reported COVID-19 positive cases. Using SPSS 27, we first produced descriptive statistics for the variables used in the study. The means for malware infection and COVID-19 positive case numbers were respectively 330,007 and 14,437. The standard deviation for both of these variables were respectively 22,609 and 13,841. Prevalence rates for closed non-essential businesses was 18%, which is equivalent to 33 days out of 182 days. Prevalence rates for closed K-12 public schools was 41.2%, which is equivalent to 75 days out of 182 days. Also using SPSS 27, we analyzed the bivariate relationship between the variables. All three independent variables had significant relationships with malware infection numbers. In line with these results, we tested the three hypotheses using the ordinary least square regression models. Model 1 indicates that there is a statistically significant positive relationship between closed non-essential businesses and malware infection victimization. This result indicates that closed non-essential businesses in the US is positively associated with US malware infection numbers, which is the predicted direction of hypothesis 1. Model 2 adds two variables to account for differences in closed K-12 public schools. As shown, the COVID-19 positive numbers variable is a statistically significant predictor of malware infection numbers. Moreover, the effect of closed non-essential businesses remains statistically significant. However, the closed K-12 school variable is not a statistically significant predictor of malware infection number. In summary, these results reveal that closed non-essential businesses and COVID-19 positive case numbers have been influenced by the increasing likelihood of malware infection victimization, whereas closed K-12 public schools were not associated with the likelihood of malware infection victimization. Given that, the findings of the study support hypotheses 1 and 3. As a result of the pandemic, many activities of non-essential businesses and K-12 public schools moved from physical space to cyberspace. K-12 public schools used online learning systems such as Google Classroom, Zoom, and Blackboard to continue teaching and learning through the pandemic. We believe these safe spaces used by students and teachers may have influenced the lower risk for victimization. Furthermore, as stated earlier, past research has indicated that deviant computer activity increases the risk for victimization. Therefore, adult individuals employed by closed non-essential businesses may have engaged in these types of acts, escalating their likelihood of victimization. Many individuals were generally unprepared for the sudden shift from physical space to cyberspace. At the same time, our society might not have had enough cybersecurity countermeasures which could prevent our virtual communities against maliciously motivated cybercriminals at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. As the emerging field of cybercrime significantly grows in the United States, there must be increased interest and concern regarding cybercrime prevention. The findings demonstrate a need to strengthen cybersecurity to eliminate threats and victimization. Secondly, the findings demonstrate a need to educate people, especially frequent internet users, on cybersecurity and cyber victimization, as well as increase cybercrime awareness as a whole. Heightened alertness and better recognition of the various types of cybercrime will prove beneficial to those with high risk for victimization. Although the study provides significant results on the relationship between malware infections and several aspects of the COVID-19 pandemic, the study has limitations that must be discussed. This study utilized data from a period of 6 months from January of 2020 to June of 2020. The COVID-19 pandemic did not directly affect the US until early March of 2020, and so future research can be directed towards the later months of 2020 and into 2021. In addition, future studies can design a longitudinal study that further investigates the relationship between these variables. Lastly, this study focused entirely on malware infections. Future research can focus on other types of cybercrime to explore if there are similar relationships with the 3 independent variables used in this study. Most importantly, through the present study, we have witnessed how the COVID-19 pandemic has changed our lives in both the physical and virtual realms. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ji-Sung Hwang, and I'm studying politics and international relations at Seoul National University. I would like to begin by thanking the organizers of the student paper competition, who worked tirelessly to make this event a success. I would also like to thank my faculty advisor, Dr. Kyung-shick Choi, for guiding me through the writing process of the paper. Through regular online meetings, I was able to discuss my progress and receive feedback, despite the difficulties posed by the time difference. Through these meetings, I was able to gain invaluable insights into North Korean cyberterrorism from a criminological perspective. I would also like to thank all of the experts who participated in the interviews that went into the paper. Lastly, I would like to thank all those who were able to participate today. Although this presentation is virtual, I am thankful that we are able to meet online. I now turn to the presentation of my paper, which is titled North Korean Cyber Attacks and Policy Responses, an Interdisciplinary Theoretical Framework. I will begin by introducing the current situation, the purpose of the paper, and the structure the paper follows. I will then introduce the 2 main theoretical frameworks we use to conduct analysis. Thirdly, I will introduce the methodology of the expert interviews. Next, I will present the best practices and policies based on the interview results. I will follow by discussing the policy implications of our analysis, and will end by presenting the conclusions and limitations of the study. The study conducts a qualitative analysis of the objectives, forms, current trends, and characteristics of North Korean cyber terror attacks. It also suggests the way to ensure further progress towards succeeding in an international policy response. So, why focus on North Korea's cyber attacks? Within the 21st century, cyberspace has become an area of importance in international security. Cyber attacks are an attractive option for pariah states such as North Korea that have limited military and economic resources. The rationale for North Korea's use of cyber war power as a strategic weapon is that it is cost-effective and easy to utilize, it spreads quickly, and it can cause huge repercussions. Moreover, there is no need for physical infiltration, anonymity allows for secrecy, and sanctions and retribution are difficult. These cyber attacks are expected to multiply in number as well as in form in the future. Unfortunately, there remains a general lack of academic discussion on North Korea's cyber terrorism, and there has yet to be an established international consensus on policy response. In an effort to direct attention to these circumstances, the study conducts an analysis of the objectives, forms, current trends, and characteristics of North Korean cyber terror attacks. We then suggest a way to further ensure progress towards formulating an international policy response based on the network theory of world politics. The 2 theoretical frameworks we focused on were the theory of differential opportunity and the network theory of world politics. The theories were used to analyze experts' individual views about policy response and to suggest a way of action that is currently not being addressed by states. In doing so, we aimed to consider the multifaceted and asymmetrical nature of cyber terrorism within the context of postmodern international politics. We used elements of the differential opportunity theory to describe the nature of North Korean foreign policy, subculture, ideology, and social learning mechanisms. These provided a greater understanding of the drivers behind cyberterrorism activities. In particular, we drew upon the factors of enemy, subculture, and differential association. The trend of North Korean cyber attacks followed three stages: enemy caused by the difference between legitimate purposes and means, the resulting subcultural creation, and differential association and learning that leads to the persistent development of cyberterrorism. The second theory we used was the network theory of world politics. The network theory provides perspectives about the concept of power that is crucial to the understanding of North Korea's cyberterrorism in an international setting and in formulation of policy response. In an effort to lay out a comprehensive international cooperation framework in response to North Korea's cyber attacks, we adopted perspectives from Kim's categorization of network power. Network power derives from the ties between nodes and from the network as a whole, not from individual nodes. Kim's categorization of network power includes collective, positional, and programming power, which will be explained shortly. Now I will move on to the methodology of the interview. The interview was structured so as to obtain responses about the trends, motivations, and impacts of North Korean cyber attacks, the strengths and weaknesses of current prevention efforts, effective prevention strategies, and suggestions to policymakers. After interviewing a total of 8 experts, the data collected was then subjected to a 2-level analysis. With regard to motivations and trends, we used the theory of differential opportunity, and in particular, the concepts of enemy, subculture, and social learning to analyze responses. After the initial analysis, a secondary, more intensive analysis was conducted with regard to policy formulation. The network theory of world politics, and in particular, the 3 concepts of collective power, positional power, and programming power, formed the basis upon which the responses were then analyzed. Now, on to the results of the analysis. The theory of differential opportunity focuses on situations in which actors internalize conventional goals but are unable to realize them legitimately. Viewed from the perspective of enemy, North Korean cyber attacks reflect the strategic interests of the state when rising sanctions and international isolation provide few avenues to realize them. Experts recognize that the conventional goals of state power and wealth inspired North Korea to develop its cyber-terrorist regime. All of the interviewed experts agreed that monetary gain in particular was a strong driving factor of cyber-terrorism. Responses also showed that motivations behind cyber-terror can arise from changing state goals. While information was given precedence in the past, current trends illustrate the role of financial opportunity in pushing cyber attacks forward, with many experts mentioning Bitcoin hacking and ransomware attacks. The responses pertaining to understanding North Korea's subculture and social learning system were less robust compared to the concept of enemy, which could be more easily observed by analyzing trends of cyber attacks from outside of North Korea. This was largely due to the reclusive nature of the state and the difficulty of knowing with any degree of accuracy the inner workings of North Korea's subculture and social learning apparatus. However, the responses in general showed that experts were aware of the social accepted status of cybercrime in North Korea's particular subculture, as well as of the social learning system in place to perpetuate the norms of the subculture. Moving on to best practices and policies. The first base of network power is the actor, which exercises collective power. This viewpoint implies that larger networks with more powerful nodes can exert power over other nodes or networks. In the area of counter-terrorist policy regulation, there has yet to be a networker that has the power to gather many nodes and exert enough collective network power to deter North Korea's cyber-terrorist activities. While an international agreement has been difficult to reach, most of the solutions suggested by the experts during the interview rested upon an urgent need for collective power in the international sphere, particularly in the form of interagency and international cooperation. The second phase of network power is the system, in which power derives from the organization and principles of the network itself, with the programmer having the power to design the rules of the game. Currently, the lack of unified policy and unstable relations with North Korea continue to prevent South Korea and other states from realizing potential to exercise programming power as middle powers. Nevertheless, experts have proposed several ways in which a certain level of centralization can be reached. Creation of a central oversight organization, while ensuring that issues such as privacy are respected, requires the rules of the game to be crafted in a way that enhances efficiency while not compromising values upheld by private and public networks. The third phase of network power is the process, which focuses on positional power, in which a switcher can control the level of access between networks. The concept central to the idea of positional power is the structural idea of centrality. A node with a high degree of betweenness centrality is at a structurally strategic position, which allows it to play the role of broker. The international status of positional power is not conducive to preventing North Korea's cyber-terrorist activities. Moreover, the decentralized nature of cyberspace makes positional power hard to exercise even within states. Experts suggested that states can play a brokerage role between the disparate networks of information and security. States can also play the role of broker between internal and external internet networks. Moving on to policy implications and discussion. Analysis from the perspective of the network theory of world politics, as well as insights from experts in cybersecurity, showed that policy needs to focus on the ability of governments to exercise positional, programming, and collective power. Collective power suggests policies change in the direction of creating comprehensive legal frameworks and forming stronger international agreement on response to cyber terror. Programming power suggests that governments include the public and private sectors when forming policy to deter cyber terrorism and to set the rules and norms of the game when it comes to cyber terror. Positional power suggests that governmental organizations or officers act as brokers between different networks. For example, between the networks of information technology and security in order to more effectively respond to cyber terror attacks. These policy implications can be categorized into legal frameworks and international cooperation, incident response, and education. This paper integrated theories from criminology and international relations into one comprehensive framework and analyzed interviews from experts in the area of cybersecurity to provide validity and specificity to its theoretical approach. However, the study also has several limitations. The sample size of experts available for interview was comparatively small at 8 experts, and the continued spread of COVID-19 prevented the researchers from conducting face-to-face interviews that could have yielded more specific answers. Future studies that incorporate a larger sample size of experts can contribute to generalization of the results found by this study. Thank you very much for listening to this presentation.
Hello, all. As introduced by Dr. Jae Choi, I'm Claire Seung Lee from UMass Rural. Great to be here today. First of all, I enjoyed reading your paper with great interest because I'm working on a similar topic. Your paper looks at malware infection during the COVID-19 pandemic, specifically The paper investigates the relationship between the number of malaria infection, COVID-19 positive cases, the close number of businesses and public school in the U.S. This is a great addition to ongoing COVID-19 related research. It deserves a lot of attention. While I provide my detailed comments and feedback in a written form, I'd like to use this time to ask 2 or 3 questions. So my first question to Sydney is, the study was conducted with a time frame of January to June 2020. However, in the US, the pandemic or the measures by the federal, state, and local authorities widely started around March 2020, if I remember correctly. I wonder how different the first 3 months, January to March 2020, would be different from the second 3 months, April to June 2020. You can split the data into 2 time frames and run the same analysis as you did exactly and compare the results. I assume that you can't do this right away while listening to my question. What would you think this additional analysis results might change or convey?
Thank you for your question, Dr. Lee. To conduct this additional analysis, we would conduct a t-test to compare and determine whether there's a difference between the first 3 months and the second 3 months. Generally, I believe this additional analysis would convey the considerable differences between the 2 timeframes, like you mentioned in your question, and I also wrote in the discussion section of my paper. The COVID pandemic did not directly affect the US until early March of 2020. Therefore, I believe the first 3 months would convey the normal and average rates of malware infections during the pandemic, before the pandemic, excuse me. And I believe the second 3 months would convey the changing rates of malware infections since the onset of the pandemic, and also demonstrate its relationships with COVID-19 reported positive cases in both closed non-essential businesses and K-12 public schools. This overall comparison of the 2 timeframes would also convey how the pandemic had such a significant impact on malware infections. But I still think it was very important to incorporate the early months of 2020 into our study to see how the pandemic brought about so much change in both the US and the world of cybercrime.
Oh, great. Thank you for your great answers. Next, I'd like to ask you more about cybercrime in the post-COVID-19 era, which we are very much looking forward to. So you studied malaria infection during COVID-19. I believe there are many other types of significant COVID-19 cybercrime victimization cases. Could you give the audience a snapshot of what other types and perhaps dynamic of COVID-19 cybercrime victimization and perhaps offending as well?
Thank you for your question. So while my paper focused on malware infection victimization, I did read substantial research on various other types of cybercrime and victimization during the pandemic. I read a global study that found that the most prominent type of cybercrime committed during the pandemic was phishing, with the second being malware infections. And phishing entails illegitimate parties inducing individuals to perform specific actions, whether that's sharing information or clicking on a link. And traditionally, cybercriminals would email or text links to individuals to lure them to a fraudulent website to attempt to collect personal information or even install malware. But now, since the onset of the pandemic, some cybercriminals are incorporating emotional appeals regarding the virus into their schemes to establish trust and eventually manipulate their victims. So this could include mentioning unemployment or stimulus checks, asking for donations, or just mentioning the CDC or the COVID-19 virus in general. This strategy is very alarming since many individuals can easily fall for it. So I'd like to warn internet users to especially watch out for these types of techniques and strategies that are being used.
Thank you very much for your answer and great advice. In fact, I have received some like unemployment scams in my mailbox a few times. Okay, I have a last question to Sydney, if I may. So that question is more about your future research agenda, which you mentioned during your presentation. So we all hope that COVID-19 comes to an end pretty soon. How do you see the new normal situation, which means that COVID-19 will be less visible and we will go back to the normalcy of our life, will change cybercrime offending? Are there going to be more cybercrime after COVID-19? Do you think cyber criminals will use different new techniques of cybercrime, in particular for malware infection or any other types of any other types of cybercrime victimization and offending? And thank you very much in advance.
Thank you. So the COVID-19 pandemic, without a doubt, changed cybercrime, with more people at home using cyberspace to try to continue their lifestyles as normally as possible. The use of the internet skyrocketed and in turn provided more cybercriminal opportunities. In the new normal situation, I see cybercrime hopefully decreasing, even in the slightest, as more people return to work and school and overall rely less on cyberspace and the internet. However, I strongly believe cybercrime after the pandemic will never go away. The convenience and easy use of the internet will only increase as technology consistently advances, and cybercriminals are getting smarter and discovering new ways to manipulate victims by the day. I think that although cybercriminals may no longer be able to use the pandemic in their schemes, I think cybercriminals will continue to use the extraordinary or unexpected events and circumstances that happen around the world, whether it be a natural disaster, terrorism, political scandal, or in this case, a global pandemic, to continue to use such techniques and commit these malicious acts.
Thank you very much for you to share your ideas with me and the audience. I'm sure the audience will be very grateful for your presentation as well as I do. So next, I'd like to ask some questions to Jason. Good to meet you. Congratulations to be here as one of the winner of the student competition winner. So it's my honor to offer some comments. First, I really enjoyed reading your paper, which is important to the existing field. Your field and your paper explore the objectives, forms, current trends, and characteristics of North Korean cyber terror attacks, which is very underrepresented currently in the academic world. I like the fact that it uses a lot of interdisciplinary angle from criminology, political science, international security, and some other related areas. In fact, I found figure 1, best practices and policies regarding North Korean cyber attacks, addressing programming power, positional power, collective power that you also shown in the presentation. And I found it very useful when I reading your paper. And the figure 2 and figure 1 especially summarize your work very nicely. That's a great addition to your paper. While I provided my detailed comments and feedback in a written form, same as what I did for Sydney, in the interest of time and venue, I'd like to hear from you in terms of future first. Based on your research findings, if you can speculate what types of cyber attacks from North Korea would be plausible in the future.
Thank you for your comments and your question, Dr. Lee. The findings of my paper find that based on the motivations and subculture, as well as social learning systems in place in North Korea, the attacks will increase in number as well as in form in the future. And I thought that this was because of the necessity and ease of using cyber attacks, the alignment with state goals, and also the glorification of cyber attacks within North Korea. However, I do believe that in the future, rather than explicit attacks on governmental or public institutions, the change in motivation to financial goals will mark a change in the trend of cyber attacks as well. So I believe that there will be a larger number of actors involved, and it will become even harder to determine where these attacks are coming from. And as for the particular forms, ransomware, for example, is especially a problematic form of attack that I expect we will see more of in the future.
Oh, thank you very much for your informative answer to my futuristic question. I know we are not fortune teller, but yeah, your answer would be very helpful for the audience and me. So I presume you spend a lot of time working on this draft on South Korean expert opinion on North Korean cyber attacks. How do you think other nations, who are not South Korean experts' opinions might differ from the South Korean opinion?
Thank you for your question again. And like I mentioned in my paper, South Korea often bears the brunt of North Korea's cyber attacks. So I am assuming that the answers given by the South Korean experts are based on solutions that will facilitate quicker response. For example, the suggestion of establishing a centralized control agency within the state is necessary, especially if we are talking about defending against attacks in the foreseeable future. Experts in other states may opt for more effective coordination between agencies without everything being orchestrated by a central control center, depending on the administrative environment of each country. And another example I could think of is the difficulties that a nation may face when attempting to act as a broker between the two networks of information and security. So in countries where the norms regulating personal information and freedom from the state are stronger, I thought it may be easier to integrate these two networks. However, I do think that many of the suggestions by the South Korean experts can be accepted by experts in many other countries as well, as urgency for international cooperation is already being felt worldwide.
Oh yeah, I think the urgency and the importance of international cooperation is very important in the field of cybercrime and cyber attacks. I'm sure that's one of the most important things for North Korean cyber attacks in terms of our measures. Thank you for your thoughts about the differences in other countries and South Korean expert opinion. If I may, I have one more question. In your opinion, how would we increase public awareness and cyber ethics education in relation to general cyber attacks as well as North Korean cyber attacks? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Public awareness and cyber ethics education, they're both very important, but very often overlooked in practice. So I believe this is a very important question. And I believe the proliferation of these two measures will be facilitated if there is a wider understanding overall of the scope and scale of North Korean cyber attacks, as well as of their importance. I think that it's crucial that this message should get through because the public is often the target of North Korean cyber attacks. So it's not just governments that have to deal with this problem. As for cyber ethics education, I believe that it's necessary in order to maintain appropriate cyberspace behaviors for the next generation of computer users. And I believe that the government can encourage more education programs by exercising programming power, which I mentioned in the paper, within the country. So my hope is that eventually these norms will be extended to the global society in the future, so that collective power can arise as a result of the extension of cyber ethics norms.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much again for your answer. Thanks for sharing your ideas with me and the audience. I just got informed that we have a question from the floor who are watching this with us. It's already up here by Luciano to Sydney Gero. So I will read this out to Sydney, just in case you want me to read it out. Okay, so he's saying this like cybercrime is going up at an alarming rate, as you said, but we will depend even more on cyberspace. So what's your point of view in this? How do you think we can defend ourselves?
So, like I said before, technology is consistently advancing, and so we will always use the internet. We will always use cyberspace. Unfortunately, cybercrime will never disappear because of that. But personally, I hope internet companies can maybe take the first step by educating their users about popular strategies and techniques that are used, and maybe even provide examples that they often see used in their realm. And we will never be able to prevent cyber criminals from committing these types of crimes, but we can try to keep an eye out for them and do what we can to prevent them before they occur. We might not be able to completely rely on these companies to help us out. So I think it's important for everyone who uses the internet to read research about cybercrime, understand them, understand how they commit these crimes, and really just keep an eye out and know what to look for.
Thank you very much for your answer, Sydney. And thank you for attending this session. And I hope we can meet in person in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee and student presenters. This discussion session was very interesting and informative. It appears that the unique context, such as the pandemic, can play an important role in shaping cybercrime. Also, the unique environment, such as North Korea, should be further studied to prevent cybercrime. I appreciate students' efforts to illuminate these unique challenges in cyberspace. So that is the end of the first student paper presentation session. Thank you very much. I will see you guys in the second student paper presentation session. I will turn the floor to Andrew, the host of the event.
Thank you so much, Dr. Choi. That was a wonderful presentation that we had from our three students. We're going to go into a quick break here, and then we will be going into the next paper presentations, the paper competition winners. So we will be back after a short break here. We'll be back at 2 p.m. Eastern. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the second annual White Hat Conference. If you're just joining us, we are about to move into our second session where our student papers will be presented. We've got 2 more papers to be presented, after which a discussion will be led by our discussant, Chris Kaiser, and Dr. Jae-young Choi will be the moderator during this session, and we'll introduce the presenters' bios. So Dr. Jae-young Choi, please take it away.
Thank you, Andrew. So, hi guys, it is good to see you again. During the second student paper presentation session, 2 students will present their papers. Nayang from Gyeonggi University will present the findings of her study on juvenile prostitution in cyberspace. And Yeonjae from the University of Texas, Dallas will talk about her findings related to fear of online victimization. Now, I will yield the floor to the student presenters.
Hello, I'm Nayang from Kyung University. My paper title is Effects of Disorder on Juvenile Prostitution in Cyberspace, the Application of SAPTID. The paper advisor is Jonghyun Chang from Context Convergence Software Research Institute in Gyeonggi University. Begin with, I will explain some concepts. First, juvenile prostitution. In Republic of Korea, juvenile prostitution is a violation based on the act of the protection of the sex of children and adolescents. Following 2020 white paper on sexual crime, the current status of registered cases relating to prostitution is steadily increasing. See the graph among the victims of youth prostitution who visit supporting institutions. 87.2% showed that online is a path of sexual attraction. Therefore, we will focus on the aspect of online in juvenile prostitution. Second, SAPTID. SAPTID stands for Crime Prevention through Environmental Design. This is the way to prevent crime that eliminates the cause of crime by removing the environment in which crime can occur. Generally, SAPTID is divided into basic and additional components. The basic elements consist of natural surveillance, access control, and territoriality. And additional elements of SAPTID usually include activity support and maintenance and management. We will introduce the concept of cyber-SAPTID. Cyber-SAPTID is a cybercrime prevention strategy that aims to prevent cybercrime by applying the concept of SAPTID to cyber domains. Dennis Leber presented the concept of cyber-SAPTID. Cyber-SAPTID is discussed in conjunction with cybersecurity, focusing heavily on technical aspects. However, SAPTID in the real world has not required advanced technology. It means that we want to discuss a way to prevent crimes which occur in cyberspace in an easy and intuitive way. Before discussing the cyber-SAPTID, we would like to discuss whether SAPTID can be applied to cyberspace. It can be a discussion about the concept of space, and it is a question like, can cyberspace be considered as a physical space of a real society? To answer this question, we must know where the term cyberspace began. The word was first used in the novel New Romance by William Gibson. The real name of the term cyber is cybernetics. Cybernetics means a steerman and control. When the concept of cybernetics was argued, cybernetics was called the concept that implied artificial brain science. The reason is that when it includes a variety of interdisciplinary studies in the concept of cybernetics, typically linguistic, social messages, or computational psychological interdisciplinary theories. The cybernetics is a term for exchange of messages as a simultaneous process of communication and control, and its focus is on exchanging information. In modern times, the concept of cyber became meaningful as a technology that used computers or networks. This is a reduction of the original cybernetics concept. The main reason for the claim that cyberspace cannot be the same as the real world is that space is very physical. Therefore, cyberspace is just a metaphor for them. This is because the network is seemingly non-physical. The reason that we use space to cyber is interactive and capable of communicating with the majority perceived as forming a space. Physically, it is just a complex network of machines, but we can say that the social relationship in cyber makes cyberspace a virtual world, which is composed of cognitive experiences. However, the technique of interface has made the non-physical appear physical. Space is a physical thing, but in the end, it is artificially created. Space in reality is called space because it is perceived as space. The virtual space envisioned in the head by cognitive experience is not recognized as a visual effect. Also, both spaces have social relationships. Moreover, both spaces are where individuals act in relation to their daily lives. Phenomena such as crime is a social phenomenon that occurs between people and social issues. Therefore, whether in real life or cyber, we can call them spaces at least when discussing social phenomena such as crime. Back to septid. Septid is a way to inhibit potential perpetrators' behavior. And it is obvious that if someone were to inhibit behaviors over the network, the someone who recognizes the inhibition is people who are in reality. In this paper, we argue that septid uses the method of exploiting the physical environment, and the principle is application to the cognition of sanctions against behavior. As a result, it is not applicable to physical environments only that can be touched. In other words, we can apply septid on cyberspace. As the elements of septid vary from researcher to researcher, we follow the concept of septid, including natural surveillance, natural access control, territoriality, and two additional strategies. Natural surveillance is the principle of maximizing visibility by ordinary people. In cyberspace, because of its openness, anonymity, and non-face-to-face characteristics, people do not feel that they are under surveillance. We need to enable users to recognize that cyberspace is the same form as agrosphere, allowing users to naturally monitor and be monitored by others. As a result, if the concept of natural surveillance is applied to cyberseptid, it is to censor and monitor activities in cyberspace, natural or voluntary, by the user's perception of surveillance. Access control makes access to targets difficult and increases the risk of criminal activity being exposed. In other words, it controls potential offenders from accessing their targets. The most common in cyberspace is a firewall. Access control is one of the most applicable concepts of septid in cyberspace. Consequently, if the concept of access control of septids is applied to cyberseptid, it increases efforts to access a particular space or inhibits access in the first place. This will necessarily require clarity of territoriality in cyberspace. Territoriality is a hypothetical area in which local residents can claim their rights by using or occupying a particular area. In cyberspace, territoriality is usually presented in relation to information. However, creating boundaries for information is difficult. Consequently, if the concept of territoriality of subnet is applied to cybersubnet, it should mean that users of a particular cyberspace use that space. In other words, territoriality in cyberspace is using public places to keep one's information. Active support is an additional strategy which reinforces natural surveillance by inducing and stimulating active use of public places. In cyberspace, active support in cyberspace will vary by nature between cyberspace. Thus, the type of activity support varies depending on what purpose the space is, but inducing the influx and active activity of users using the space will not differ significantly in subnet and cybersubnet. Maintenance and management is also an additional strategy to ensure that certain facility or public places are continuously used as originally designed. In cyberspace, a space such as a program, software, or application is maintained and managed continuously. Regularly organizing programs is also a method of maintenance and management, and updating is also a method. We focus on the environment of cyberspace called random chat apps. Random chatting is a real-time online conversation service between unspecified users through text, voice, and video. It is often used in juvenile prostitution. SBS, which is Broadcasting Station in Republic of Korea, conducted an analysis of juvenile prostitution. They met 1,000 people, and among them, 31.9% chatted from sexual purposes, and among them, sex buying chatting was 25.6%. 265 people said the age doesn't matter in prostitution. On September 10, 2020, the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family established standards from harmful media for juveniles targeting the random chatting apps. These are about authentication, sharing, and reporting problems in the app. This regulation seems to have or follow the concept of access control, surveillance, and territory. Also, by this regulation, all random chatting apps had to manage their app environment. However, we couldn't find out the concept of active support. After criminal action was taken against harmful apps, we looked at 5 random chatting apps. There are age problems. The age setting value in the app didn't match the age of the app regulation. Also, some apps don't notify or warn about reporting. As a result, we think that to reinforce the elements of cybersubnet in random chatting apps, there should be age limits both lower and upper. This is because most of the perpetrators are men in their 30s and 40s. And the applicable of subnet while using app is weak. So we think that regulation of text seems essential, because usually they use text to communication. In conclusion, we focus on the cybersubnet and the environment of random chat apps. The application of cybersubnet can pose a problem that violates freedom in cyberspace. However, freedom without regulation is just a disorder. In reality, we have many regulations to share and communicate. Cyberspace is also space, so its culture, regulation, and rights must be properly established. The biggest limitation of this research is that no quantitative research has been done. Therefore, we expect it in subsequent studies. Also, the concept of cyberspace in legal terms must be clarified. Our research is meaningful to take a deep look at the concept of cyberspace, not just focusing on cybercrime and cybersubnet. It can serve as a fundamental study of understanding cyberspace in studies dealing with the environmental aspect of cybercrime. This is our reference, and thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Yoo Park from University of Texas at Dallas. The title of my study is Level of Engagement with SNS and Fear of Online Victimization, the Role of Online Victimization Experiences. Based on recently published data, the amount of cybercrime is significant, and the seriousness of online crime and victimization cannot be underscored. The United States Federal Bureau of Investigation reported that it received 791,790 cybercrime complaints in 2020. FBI also revealed that there was more than $4.2 billion worth of damage per year. This number of complaints was an increase of 69% compared to the year before. Victimization occurred every 14 seconds in 2019, and the frequency is expected to be reduced to once every 11 seconds in 2021. These cases involving massive damage indicated that cybercrime is a serious problem that cannot be ignored or overlooked anymore. A body of research has applied the routine activities theory to explain online victimization. The routine activities theory was developed by Cohen and Felsen in 1979. The theory suggests three elements that impact crime rates: motivated offenders, suitable targets, and the absence of culpable guardians. They argued that crime occurs when motivated offenders and suitable targets converge in the absence of culpable guardians, and that the probability of crime occurring differs based on routine activities. While other theories have tried to identify the risk factors that motivate individuals to commit a crime, Cohen and Felsen noted that crime cannot occur when the motivated offender fails to meet crime opportunities. The routine activity approach has expanded its boundaries beyond the real world. Whereas most established criminological theories have focused on offending or victimization patterns and characteristics, the routine activities theory emphasized the convergence of space and time that creates a risky situation favorable to victimization. The fact that the routine activities theory considered space, regardless of whether it meant terrestrial or virtual, made it one of the most popular theories for explaining cybercrime. Using SNS, participating in online forums, using internet banking, or making purchases online can all be considered online routine activities. For the last 2 decades, social activities have not been limited to meeting people in person. Having accounts on social networking sites, also known as SNS, and communicating with others via comments is now a new type of social activity. A recent report revealed that more than half of the world's population is active on SNS. In particular, 72.3% of the United States population was active on SNS, while 89.3% of the population in South Korea, a country where the data for this current study were gathered, was active on SNS in January 2021. As the popularity of SNS increases, various concerns regarding the use of SNS have emerged. One of the biggest issues is the indiscriminate exposure to crime and victimization, such as cyberbullying, cyber harassment, and cyber defamation. Fear of crime is a major concept that has been recognized as a target to be defeated since the 1960s because increased fear of crime may atrophy the vigor of individuals' activities. For instance, people may move out of impoverished and dangerous regions, lose social trust, spend more time and money preparing protective measures, and worry about crime when they feel more insecurity and fear of crime. In addition, some of the previous studies have further shown that fear of crime affects one's attitude toward activities in the criminal justice system. It is important to understand the risks and consequences of fear of crime. Many studies have found predictors of fear of crime, and victimization experience was one of them. Despite the fact that the relationship between a history of victimization and an increased fear of crime has been examined by various studies, little attention has been paid to online crime. So here are the limitations from the previous studies. First, despite its importance in recent years, there is a lack of empirical studies that examine cybercrime. Second, among a handful of cybercrime studies, many used a sample of participants in their early adulthood, such as college students. Studies with a broader age group are needed to find out a more general mechanism. Third, most of the previous research has focused on willful behavior, such as online shopping or sending emails. While these activities are performed daily, having an account and access to a website are required prior to engaging in these activities, but these activities has been overlooked in the previous studies. The present study aimed to examine the direct association between the level of engagement in SNS and fear of crime. And secondly, the present study aimed to explore whether victimization experience can mediate the relationship between the level of engagement in SNS and the fear of crime. This study used the data from Korean Institute of Criminology in 2013, and the name of the study was Cybercrime in Social Networking Services and Criminal Justice Responses. A total of 1,000 adolescents and adults who used at least one of 4 major SNS sites in South Korea participated in this study. The number of accounts the respondents had with each of the SNS sites was calculated to get level of SNS engagement and to get victimization experiences on SNS. The study asked respondents whether they had any experience of victimization on any of the 4 SNS sites within a past year. And also for dependent variable, we examined the fear of victimization on SNS, and respondents were asked to rate how much they worry about victimization on the SNS sites. And for control variables, we included gender, age, highest level of education, and monthly average income. The table demonstrates the direct effect of the level of SNS engagement on victimization. The level of SNS engagement was found to significantly affect victimization on SNS. The right column of the table further shows the direct effects of the independent variables on the dependent variable, which was the fear of victimization on SNS. All 3 variables were examined in one model. and the level of engagement on SNS was positively associated with the fear of victimization on SNS. The direct effect of the level of SNS engagement on the fear of victimization, which was one of the key estimates calculating indirect effects, was also significant. Finally, the table demonstrates the indirect effects of the hypothesized model. Victimization experiences on SNS were identified as a significant mediator between the level of engagement and the fear of victimization on SNS. The result equates to the product of the path coefficients between the independent variable and the mediator, and the second path coefficient between the dependent variable and the mediator. This study aimed to examine the association between the level of engagement in SNS and fear of victimization based on the routine activities theory. According to routine activities theory, crime occurs when motivated offenders and suitable targets converge in the absence of culpable guardians. We defined one's level of engagement on SNS as indicating their level of exposure to crime on SNS. The model in this study hypothesized that higher levels of engagement on SNS would increase the fear of crime online. The study also included victimization experiences as a mediator between exposure to crime and fear of crime on SNS. The results of regression analysis showed significant effects on every path. First, the level of engagement on SNS had a positive effect on victimization and the fear of victimization on SNS. Though such a result was expected based on the theory, few studies have found empirical evidence to support this association. For instance, a study tested the relationship between SNS usage time and the fear of crime on SNS. The results show that SNS usage time had no significant effect on the fear of victimization or victimization experiences. The definition of exposure to risk on SNS was different from the present study. However, it is noteworthy that different forms of risk exposure can influence the fear of crime. We defined the level of SNS engagement as the number of accounts with the 4 different SNS sites, reflecting how much the respondent was exposed to the risk. Referring to the contradictory results from the previous studies, we can assume that the difference may have been determined by the breadth of SNS usage, not the depth. More detailed research is needed to investigate the breadth of SNS usage. For example, future studies can examine the number of accounts on one SNS site or count the number of sites respondent uses. Second, experiences of victimization on SNS significantly affected the fear of victimization. This relationship between victimization experiences and the fear of crime was in line with many previous studies. However, less was known regarding cybercrime specifically. Though this study discovered that such a relationship could be extended to crime on SNS, there is still a need to specify the type of cybercrime on SNS sites. Similar to other offline crimes, cybercrime on SNS can have various components. For instance, cyberbullying on SNS sites involves an interpersonal component, while hacking or identity theft does not require interpersonal contact. Since different crime components have different impacts on the fear of crime, the effect sizes in this association can differ based on the types or components of the crime the respondents experience. Finally, victimization experiences mediated the relationship between the engagement level and the fear of victimization on SNS. All of the paths were significant and directed as hypothesized. We concluded that higher levels of engagement on SNS affect the number of victimization experiences, resulting in increased fear of crime. Effect sizes further demonstrated that the direct effects of the engagement level on the fear of victimization were greater than the prior victimization experiences. This result is interesting since the level of engagement on SNS is rather a secondary measure to operationally define the exposure to victimization and vulnerability, whereas the victimization experiences represent itself. It is possible that the timing of the victimization experience might have affected the effect size. Analyzing the data that specify the conditions would help examine the mechanism beyond the present findings. Considering the large role SNS play in social activities and relationships, the findings are important for understanding how victimization impacts fear and may help to inform policymakers on how to help people stay engaged freely in socializing in a safer online environment. This is the end of the presentation, and I would like to thank you for your time and attention today. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Thanks to Nayang and Young-jae. Great presentations and very interesting areas of subject. Juvenile prostitution, of course, is a very serious issue, and it's good to see you've done some work on that, and you've done some excellent work. And the social networking services, of course, have become dominant on the internet, and it's an area that is creating a lot of problems in the area of cybercrime. My first questions I'll ask to Nayang. You addressed an important area in the study related to the need for initiatives to reduce increasing rates of juvenile prostitution in cyberspace. Your attention to platforms such as chat apps used to facilitate such activities speaks to the challenges of how to most effectively monitor and control rates of juvenile prostitution in cyberspace. As you stated, such goals are complicated, but increasingly so given the lax regulatory measures related to cyberspace and cybercrimes. You made a number of references to the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family, and their efforts to monitor and identify and file criminal charges against domestic random chat applications that violated the Youth Protection Act. And legislators globally continue to work diligently to enact legislation to make those who produce apps such as Facebook and Twitter and others to take responsibility for what communications occur that could be done for illicit purposes or detrimental to others, such as juvenile prostitution. So my first question to you is, would you comment on whether you think the creators of the apps, such as random chatting apps, should have a moral and legal obligation to monitor activities on their sites to ensure that the conversations occurring on their apps fall within the boundaries of the law? And if they don't, should they be responsible for removing the accounts of those who do not conduct their activities within the boundaries of the law? I look forward to your answer.
Thank you for your question. Above all, I would say, in my opinion, the obligation, that moral obligation can be the same as legal obligation. Morality cannot be the obligation. Therefore, if the government regulates them with moral obligation, it would cause a great backlash, I think. However, we can make more that when society has obligation on law. This is why a law exists, and currently there is no way to take responsibility if there is no legal obligation. But I think if we can, we should enact some laws about the responsibilities of creators. Cyberspace is a society, the same as the reward. The liberty in society means that when we do behaviors without harm to others, we have to respect those behaviors and choices. As cyberspace is a society, in my view, it is a cultural lack that most people defend themselves by saying how liberal that the cyberspace is. I think some people need to understand about cyberspace. For too long, the issue of responsibility has been avoided, and I am not sure whether liberty improves mature citizenship on the internet. As a result, legislation on responsibilities seems necessary to prevent damage and to make people aware that cyberspace is also a social space. We need to realize that online space and cyberspace is a society no different from the real world to get used to. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I've got another question for you as well. So following the points we discussed here, my question is whether app creators allow illicit communications on their sites or fail to prevent those from doing or to continuing to do so. Do you think that those providing those services should be held criminally responsible? Do you think legislatures, and to follow up that question, do you think legislators should be permitted to enact laws permitting the removal of specific applications from the general internet that continue to allow inappropriate and illicit communications to continue on their apps? Thank you.
Thank you. Second question. In Korea, the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family has carried out criminal charges, and maybe this question would be related to this. As I said in the previous question, I am in favor of introducing statutory regulation. It is not clear exactly to what extent criminal responsibility refers to, but it is necessary to be cautious about whether it should lead to criminal responsibility for spending time in prison. However, the reason why criminal responsibility is not completely excluded is because of the characteristic of cyberspace. In the real world, there is a limit to monitoring people as a person. This is because blind spot exists and the number of watchers is very low compared to those subject to surveillance. However, cyberspace is a sufficiently controllable space, even if the number of observers and the number of targets are not proportional. Because the whole environment of the app is created and it is all possible to control. In other words, we cannot help but hold creators fully responsible when they don't monitor deliberately despite their ability to do so. They are different from witness because they are managers of the space. For example, in Korea, minors are not allowed to buy cigarettes, and if minors buy cigarettes, the store owner, the minor bought cigarettes, is held responsible. But if the manager of the cyberplace, where the crime occurred, like juvenile prostitution, isn't held accountable despite having enough surveillance, this is too big a contradiction. However, in my opinion, permitting the removal of apps is too heavy because inappropriate apps are usually made by users, not creators. Therefore, if we enact the laws that allow removing inappropriate apps, we can block challenges of creators. They are not professional in law, and creators are not heroes of justice, maybe. They can make mistakes, I think. So instead of removing apps, we can set up a grace period for creators to modify the app according to the law, and we can warn them to modify. In this way, allowing creators to monitor by the law will reduce their desire to create. However, if they ignore these warnings, we will have to consider removing the apps as the last legal regulation. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, Yang-jae, I have some questions for you as well. You noted that more than 50% of the world's population, in your paper, I should say, you noted more than 50% of the world's population is active on SNS. And you highlight double-digit growth rates from activity just from January 2020 to January 2021. Obviously, very big growth rates. You also stated that your study hypothesized that a greater number of accounts may predict a higher chance of the respondent being exposed to victimization on SNS. You also said that the level of SNS engagement was found to significantly affect victimization on SNS. And in your discussion and conclusion of the paper, you recommended more detailed research is needed to investigate the breadth of SNS usage, and that future studies can examine the number of accounts on one SNS site or count the number of sites a respondent uses. So my first question to you is, do you think that a user's risks of being victimized when using SNS are increased by the number of SNS they visit, or do you think that it's more the way in which they use the SNS? In other words, not being diligent in what they disclose and who they freely communicate with? And would adopting a practice of frequenting fewer SNSs on its own have any significant impact on reducing victimization?
Thank you for the constructive comments. The background of this study was from the idea that the users are not really aware of how much information they are providing whenever they make one account. So say I'm making one account in Instagram and another in Facebook. Although it seems that I have provided same old basic information like name, ID, that I prefer, address, email address, I'm providing more information than I think when I start to follow someone or heart to the contents because they show my interests. Making multiple accounts may help to aggregate my diverse interests. So the total amount of information that I've provided in making only 2 accounts can be massive. And I believe this could really increase the exposure to crime opportunities and the likelihood of victimization. And my results showed that the number of accounts may increase the likelihood of victimization experiences. So as an answer to your question number 1, I would say both the number of SNS and the way how the users use SNS affect the victimization. But I think the number of SNS they visit is more deductive from my study results because the variable I used in the study was more about the breadth of the SNS usage rather than the depth, because I did not examine the activities they do on SNS in particular. And you also asked whether the practice of frequenting fewer SNS would impact on reducing victimization. And I would say yes, based on my study results. But at the same time, I also think how active the users are in one SNS site may affect the likelihood of victimization. And I think this kind of perspective would represent the depth of the SNS usage, which is different from my present study. And I think future studies should examine from this perspective and compare the effects sizes between the breadth and the depth of the SNS usage. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I have another question for you as well, if I may. Who specifically are you referring to as policymakers in your paper? Are they the legislatures, other government agencies such as the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission? And do you feel that those who create SNS, such as Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, and others, have a moral obligation to help people to stay safe when they're engaging in SNS? And if so, should they be regulated to do so?
Federal regulators, such as Federal Communications Commission, can use the study results to develop prevention measures at the SNS platform level. The results can also be useful for the law enforcement agencies within the U.S. Department of Justice, such as FBI. And especially the FBI is where all the cybercrime complaints go to. So knowing the route to cyber victimization and developing intervention programs to protect victims are especially important for these law enforcement agencies. And you also asked whether the SNS sites should have moral obligations to help people to stay safe on SNS, and I would say yes. And I think they should be regulated to do so. The users would be able to protect themselves by making changes with their account status, which means the protection is only possible via SNS sites. This is why the SNS sites should have moral obligations. And regarding regulations, many people worry that SNS sites taking one step forward on protecting the users might limit their freedom or rights on SNS. But what I mean by having moral obligations and taking measures is that these sites should actively provide the prevention measures. So, for instance, many SNS sites ask the users to change their passwords, but they also allow the users to postpone the changing process. And we all know that the process makes login much more inconvenient and lowers the user satisfaction. So it is not really preferable for the sites to be strict about this protection policy. And I think this kind of compromise should be disappeared from the moral obligation perspective. And regulating this process by the law does not really violate the First Amendment that many people worry about. And considering the massive damage individuals or business face these days, I think the SNS site should be regulated to implement more strict prevention measures. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I'd like to thank you both again for putting all the work that you did into your papers of two very, very important areas that need more research. I think you both did a great job, and I want to thank you very much for taking time to do that and being part of this fantastic conference. So are there any questions from the floor coming in at all? Just having a look here. I think we're good. So I want to hand the floor back over to Dr. Choi, and thank you very, very much again for your participation, and I wish you continued success.
Thank you, Chris and student presenters. The Nayang study revealed that juveniles can be more vulnerable in the digital era, and Yeonjae's research highlighted the factors associated with emotions involving cybercrime. I believe that the topics discussed today are very critical for the future scholarship in cybercrime. So that is the end of the student paper presentation session. Thank you for attending. During the award ceremony at 4 p.m., we'll announce which place each winner received. I will see you at the award ceremony. I'll give the floor to Andrew Beck.
Thank you so much, Dr. Choi. We are going to go into a quick break here, and we will come back at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And we will be hearing from a few more panelists at 3 p.m. So meet us back here in about 12 minutes here. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to the second annual International White Hat Conference. If you're just joining us, we will be going into our next session where we'll be joined with speakers from both the FBI and the HSI. Our moderator, Madeline Ney, will introduce our speakers and then we'll lead them in a 20-minute Q&A session. And before we begin, I'd like to give everybody a brief background on our moderator, Miss Madeline Ney. So Madeline Ney is an editorial specialist for the state of California and an online course facilitator for Boston University. She has a background in gang analysis with the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation and Terrorism Studies with the California Office of Emergency Services. She holds a BS in criminal justice with a concentration in Homeland Security and Counterterrorism from Southern New Hampshire University, and an MS in criminal justice with a concentration in cybercrime investigation and cybersecurity from Boston University. Without further ado, Madeline, please take it away.
Hi, hope everyone can see and hear me. Like Andrew said, my name is Madeline. I will be the moderator for this session. The purpose of today's career fair is twofold. One, to provide attendees with a chance to learn about employment opportunities with the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Homeland Security investigations. And two, to comply with the Bureau of Justice Assistance's grant requirements. Our presenters today come from the Boston Field Office and an HSI office in Virginia. Due to operational security measures, we will not be showing our presenters' faces or their names. So without further ado, please enjoy our first presentation brought to you by the Boston FBI office.
Thanks for joining us, and thanks to BU for inviting us to speak today. I'm Laura McCrory. I'm a special agent in the Boston Field Office with the Criminal Cyber Squad. And I've been with the Bureau for about 5 years after spending about 10 years in the public and private sectors. I'm here with my colleague, Carter, who I'll let introduce herself.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Carter, and I am an analyst on the Cyber Crime Squad here in the Boston Division. I've been with the FBI for a little bit over 4 years now. I previously worked in HR, recruiting and hiring applicants, so I'll get to that a little bit later today.
And since this is a cybercrime and cybersecurity conference, and we're here with you during the job fair portion, we're going to try to cover both. So some substantive cyber content, but then also some information about who we hire, how we hire, and how you can apply your unique skills toward the FBI mission. So as I mentioned, we're in the Boston Field Office with the FBI. Boston's one of the FBI's 56 field offices. Boston has about 800 employees, and we are responsible for Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Maine. Our headquarters is in Chelsea, Massachusetts, but we do have presence in all those 4 states that I just mentioned, so we can easily respond to things that come up. In general, FBI offices will have a computer forensics lab, an evidence response team, a SWAT team, and incorporate various task forces into our day-to-day work, which I'll go into in a second. So here in Boston, our cyber program, we have about 45 employees, which include agents, administrative staff, computer scientists, forensic analysts, intel analysts. Our staff and program
Pardon me, Agent McCrory?
Yes.
For some reason, the slide is not moving. So I just wanted to let you know that there was a slight issue with that.
Okay, perfect.
So
well, everyone bear with us, and hopefully you can, you'll be all right listening to my to my voice with no pictures, which I'm sorry to hear. Hopefully
we can see the PowerPoint. We just can't see if you're moving through the slides.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Great. Okay. So our cyber program, as I mentioned, is split up into 2 threats: criminal threats and national security threats. So when I mention national security, what I mean is nation state actors. So that includes our adversaries and our strategic competitors who have conducted cyber espionage to collect intelligence and targeted our critical infrastructure. And then on the criminal side, while our national security is obviously a priority for us, we don't lose sight that cyber criminal activity impacts the everyday life of the American people. It also provides a soft underbelly for nation-state adversaries to exploit. So here at the FBI, we focus on dismantling the criminal organization itself versus the individual scheme, since, as you all know, it's likely to change or evolve very quickly. So our investigations here on the Cyber Criminal Squad typically range from business email compromise to ransomware, cyber stalking to DDoS attacks, and then other intrusions. Also, as you're probably aware, cyber incorporates several programs. So cybercrime can include that computer intrusion aspect, but then it might also have a financial crime aspect. And because of that, we approach these investigations with a task force model. So here in Boston, we have, for example, an IRS agent, DHS, Department of Education, all embedded on our squad. So we can better streamline our investigation, share information, coordinate our incident responses, and conduct joint enforcement actions. In addition to partnering with the public sector, we also partner with the private sector, and we find that's very critical to our mission as well. So we try to work hand in hand with them. So how do people get a hold of us? How do we actually get our cases? So there are three main ways that we get our cases. The first one, and I'm not sure if the PowerPoint's up, but the icon on the left, that's for our Internet Crime Complaint Center, which we call IC3. So that's just an online portal that anyone can go to and submit a complaint. And then we have a centralized center that basically will disseminate the complaint to the appropriate field office. So that's one super easy way that somebody can submit a complaint. The next one is to actually report it to the individual task force. So for example, if you called the Boston field office and you reported it to my squad. And then the third one is a 24-hour, 7 days a week command center for cyber intrusion prevention and response operations, which is headed out of our headquarters in DC. And one thing, I know this question sometimes comes up when we're talking to folks. I think that there's an expectation that when there's a cyber event, that the FBI will come in and act as first responders and kind of fix all the data that you're missing and all of that. In fact, most of the time companies hire or call or have on staff a technical expert that helps them recover the data. And we're really there to kind of further the investigation and not necessarily being first responders. So just a little bit about what we're seeing now in the cyber world. So these are national numbers. This is kind of the national landscape right now for the cyber threats that have been reported. And so this is through our IC3 portal that I mentioned earlier. So in 2020, we had nearly 800,000 complaints, which added up to about $4.2 billion in losses. And so that's almost 70% increase from the prior year, 2019, and 20% increase in the total losses. And as of May 21st of this year, we actually just logged our 6 millionth complaint since its inception in 2000, which is crazy because it took 7 years to log its first million, and then it took only 14 months to log this last million. So that just goes to show how the cyber threat is really blowing up right now. Here's just a little snapshot of the Boston area. So again, we cover 4 states, and you can see just the volume of complaints that we see. So over 16,000 complaints in 2020, which totaled over $100 million in losses. So here you can see the top 10 types of cybercrime that we're seeing reported through IC3. So this again is just the Boston area in 2020. The non-payment, non-delivery was the most prevalent type of crime reported, but business email compromise proved to be the costliest at over $62 million in losses. And I should note here that the law is written in such a way that we have to prioritize what the biggest impact is, which in most cases in the criminal world comes out to be the financial impact. So that's why you'll see that we list financial losses there. Ransomware, we are hearing a lot of that every day on our squad. And so ransomware is the biggest emerging criminal threat that we've been seeing. Basically, it's when malware is used to hold data hostage for payment of ransom. A lot of times, cyber criminals will pressure victims to pay the ransom by threatening to either destroy the victim's data or to release it to the public. So we've seen a 250% increase in ransomware infections just in the Boston area, and over $1 million paid in ransom. And at the FBI, we don't recommend that the companies pay the ransom. Of course, it's their decision, but we don't recommend that because, one, it furthers the criminal activity, and two, it's not really guaranteed that they're gonna release the information to you, or they haven't already done something with it. And then the final criminal activity that I wanted to highlight, since it's not reflected in that list of top complaints that we saw earlier by name, but it's cyber harassment and cyber stalking. So I wanted to mention it because the awareness around it is growing, and these crimes often involve numerous aspects of those types of crimes that we saw on that prior slide. So extortion, spoofing, misrepresentation, for examples. Often there is a component of unauthorized access to somebody's personal accounts or social media. And also it's not uncommon that the use of anonymizers is used by the criminal to mask their internet activities. And again, we like to highlight this because unlike many of those other cyber crimes we investigate, these crimes don't necessarily result in financial loss, but they do result in emotional distress and a fear for physical or psychological safety, and we do take that very seriously. Recently, we arrested someone who was a former track coach at a school here in the Boston area, and he was arrested for wire fraud, computer fraud, and cyber stalking. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to Carter to talk about just the opportunities you can find here. Okay, I just want to check in with the group out there. Are you guys able to see our presentation as the slides are moving along, or are we still struggling?
We are still kind of struggling to see. We can see the main slide, the cover slide, but it just looks like it's not in presentation mode, perhaps on your end. So I don't know if you guys can maximize it. Maybe we'll get this figured out.
Let's see what we can do. 1 second.
Sure.
It just shows you guys are missing a lot of content as they're referencing slides that you can't see.
It happens.
So working any better?
Yeah, we can see joining the FBI now. Can you guys put that into presentation mode to take up your screen so that we can see it a little more clearly?
The problem is it is on our end.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
As long as you guys can still move through the slides, we should be okay.
Okay, so as I'm changing the slide from joining the FBI to employment opportunities, are you guys able to see that change?
No.
Okay. All right, we're just going to do this verbally, and I'm going to be really detailed about the stuff that you're missing.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Make this work. All right, so employment opportunities with the FBI. Hopefully the FBI sounds a little bit cool now after Lori just explained everything that at least is going on with the cyber program. So I'm just going to walk you guys through a few different ways that you can get hired with the FBI. The first being our honors internship program. So it is a paid internship program for full-time students only. It does not apply to part-time students. It is a 10-week full-time, 40 hours a week program over the summer. We have positions at FBI headquarters and at the 56 field offices around the United States. The interns really do work side by side with all of the different squads. You'll be embedded within a squad, whether it's white collar, gangs, cyber, you name it, we have it. And so basically it is the intern's job just to help wherever the needs are to help progress the cases. Just for an example, Boston this past summer, all of our interns, they were going, or I should say the last 2 years because Corona made it a little bit difficult, but they were going to court, working on crisis response plans for the office, putting together training scenarios, analyzing legal returns, doing social media exploitation. So it really is very hands-on. We also like to do fun field trips. So we've gone to the Massachusetts State Police Marine Unit, medical examiner's office. We took a tour of a jail. We try to keep it a fun, action-packed summer. So I apologize that you guys can't see the slides, but basically for the honors internship eligibility, you must be a full-time student. It doesn't matter if you're in an undergrad program, graduate, or PhD program. It just must be a full-time undergrad or above type program. We do have a GPA requirement for interns, and it is a 3.0 minimum. Some offices, if they get inundated with applicants, will sometimes up their internal GPA that they use as a minimum threshold for applicants to review. So people ask, what's the best degree to get to work for the FBI? It's not so much a specific degree as it is just doing well in whatever program you decide to pursue. The other thing you must be able to do is maintain a top security clearance, which I'm going to talk about in just a second because it is the same thing for all positions. And I apologize that you guys can't see this, but it's FBIjobs.gov is where you go to apply. It's FBIjobs.gov. The internship specifically is posted to hiring initiative. We call it the CHI program. Basically, this is for anyone who has graduated from school or is currently graduating within the last 2 years from any undergraduate, graduate, or PhD program. And the way it works is if you are not really technical in nature, you'll typically get filtered to an operational support technician position. There's one OST on every single squad, and they basically just help with whatever needs the squad has. So again, a non-technical background, that's most likely where you'll get filtered. If you do have more of a technical background, we also will hire directly out of college for computer scientists, electronic technicians, data analysts, forensic accountants, IT specialists, and IT specialists who are forensic examiners. These are positions that you can apply to straight out of college using the CHI program. The reason we use the CHI program is because when you go on FBIjobs.gov, there is always a slew of jobs that are posted. And the CHI program, you're only applying against other students or other recent graduates. It's like the Bureau's effort to get new, younger people into the Bureau because you guys really do make an impact. And this way you don't have to apply to other postings where you're then competing against people with 5, 10, and 15 years of work experience. One of the biggest misconceptions about the Bureau is that you have to be a special agent, and that is totally false. While it is a cool career that a lot of people decide to pursue, there's actually over 200 positions that are non-agent positions with the FBI. Just to rattle off some examples: intelligence analysts, computer scientists, forensic accountants, computer engineers, electronic technicians, data analysts, IT specialists, management and program specialists, surveillance specialists, linguists, victim specialists, the list goes on. If you want to work for the FBI, we can absolutely find a spot for you. One thing I want to point out, certain programs, or I should say certain positions, are only hired through the CHI program, whereas other positions are just on our FBIjobs.gov, like generic postings. And we do 2 different types of postings. Certain jobs are posted on a quarterly basis. So literally every 4 months, you are going to see, I should say every 3 months, you're going to see the jobs continually posted. Basically, those jobs are very high in demand, so we always need to have a ready applicant pool to pull from as soon as there are openings. When you fill out those applications, you can pick up to 10 different office locations that you're willing to work out of. And then other positions are posted on an as-needed basis and are specific to a particular location. Not that long ago, just a few years ago, Boston was hiring for like an FBI nurse. And so when you went to the job posting, it said FBI Boston nurse. So sometimes you'll know the location, and sometimes you're just blindly applying to wherever openings are that you would be willing to go to. All right, special agent, how to become one. First of all, you must be between the ages of 23 and 36 to be a special agent. Like I said, I previously worked in HR, and I saw a lot of people who were hitting the minimum eligibility requirements who were coming through and trying to come on as special agents, and it did not work out well for them. Just because you're 23 doesn't mean you're an incredible candidate yet. We know you guys will be, but give it some time. We don't want you to rush it. The average age to go through Quantico right now as an agent is actually 30. So we really do encourage people to get work experience, whether it's with the Bureau or somewhere else that makes you just as competitive, before coming back to us to be an agent. You need 2 years of full-time work experience or 1 year in your master's degree at a minimum. To be completely honest, there's not many people that have those minimum requirements that are making it through, because we are looking for work experience, maturity, a whole slew of things that you're probably just not going to get your first year or 2 outside of school. You do have to sign a mobility waiver if you're going to be a special agent. But yes, you can technically send you to any of the 56 field offices. Typically, agents are getting within their top 10 these days. There's always a few outliers that are getting a little bit lower down on their list, and there's always a slew of people getting right at the top of their list. If you do go through the process and connect with people in certain FBI offices, they can talk to you more about that. Also, as a special agent, the process is phase 1 is a written exam, then you come in for a meet and greet at your local field office where you get to meet with HR representatives and special agents. You get to ask us very candid questions about the job. It's basically just a chance for us to get to know you and you to get to know us. We want to make sure that we think you're a good fit and that you think you're a good fit for us, and just answer any outstanding questions that haven't been previously acknowledged. After that, you're going to do your physical fit test. You're going to do your phase 2 panel interview and then your written exam. After all of that, we're going to bring you on board, at least start the process, bring you on for your security interview and your polygraph. As far as polygraphs go, if you ever fail a federal polygraph, we can never hire you, ever. And that is regardless if you're applying to be an intern or an agent. And I'm going to touch on that in just a second. Last thing about becoming an agent is you are going to be armed. So you do have to be proficient with a firearm. That being said, so many people that we hire do not have previous experience with carrying a firearm, and that's okay. And honestly, our firearm instructors prefer that when you're down at Quantico, because it's easier to teach someone how to use a firearm than it is to break bad habits. So just something to keep in mind, that you are going to be armed if that is a position you choose to pursue. In general, working for the FBI, you must be a U.S. citizen. You cannot have been convicted of a felony. You cannot have defaulted on a student loan. And then you cannot be in violation of our drug policy. That being said, our drug policy is no marijuana within the last 3 years, no hard drugs in the last 10 years. Just to break that down a little bit, if you abuse your own prescription or someone else's prescription, that is a 3-year wait minimum before you're allowed to apply. If you use someone else's prescription for an intended purpose, that's a 1-year wait. If you're using any CBD related products, that's a 1-year wait. And that recently changed because it was a 3-year wait and it got reduced to 1. So like I mentioned earlier, the polygraph, this is the #1 place that we lose so many of our applicants, because they think, oh, like they can sneak through the process, or, oh, I only did it one time and it wasn't that bad, or, oh, I like took a puff of marijuana, but like didn't really feel the side effects. That's not how it works. So when you come through for meet and greets or talking with recruiters or whatnot, just be totally upfront. We know there's no such thing as a perfect applicant. People make mistakes, and that's okay. Plenty of people smoked when they were, teenagers, that when they come in to apply down the line, they're able to work for us now. It really is in your best interest to be upfront, because say you're not going to pass the polygraph or maybe something you've done recently, we're just going to tell you to hold off. You can re-pick up your application a few months or years down the road whenever you are eligible. But if you do fail our polygraph, we can never hire you. And we, along with every other federal agency, will ask you if you have failed any federal polygraphs just as part of the application process. So just like to disclose that. Then we also do a drug test. So that all being said, to apply to any jobs, internships, the collegiate hire, specific positions, or agents, go to fbijobs.gov. For Boston specifically, if you email Boston applicants at fbi.gov, again, that's Boston applicants at fbi.gov, that puts you directly in touch with the HR recruitment team out of Boston. Say you're not in the Boston location and you're still interested and want to talk to whoever's close to you, go to fbijobs.gov. There is a button called Contact Your Recruiter, and it will put you in touch with whoever your local recruiter is. We pay these people for a reason. They're supposed to be out there and talking to you and answering your questions. So I highly recommend that you utilize them. And then, like I touched on earlier, how there's no such thing as a perfect applicant. Please don't think that the FBI is looking for someone who's been an absolute angel their entire life. That does not exist, and we don't want you to think that that's what we're looking for. We're just looking for people to be completely candid. We'll work through whatever we can do, and as long as you're not in violation of any federal crimes or our drug policy, you should be okay. So if I can get hired, you absolutely can too. Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, FBI Boston, for that. That was illuminating, even despite the technical struggle. So our next presentation comes from the Homeland Security Investigations Office out in Virginia. So everybody, please enjoy. HSI, if you are muted, it sounds like we can't hear you. So if you don't mind unmuting yourself.
Sorry, I guess I need to ask my kid to help me with this. I was muted. Are you able to see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
Are the screens changing?
No, they're not. Not on my end.
Okay, let me try this another way. What about now?
Let's see. No. So it sounds like the technical side, it sounds like they're going to control the slides for you. So if you don't mind, when you are ready to change a slide, just let them know. Tell them next slide or something, give them a cue, and they will change it for you.
Okay, all right.
All right, great.
So I'm going to tell you a little bit about Homeland Security investigations, not necessarily just the Boston office, but HSI in general. So HSI is the investigative arm of Homeland Security. Yeah, we are in we have 30 offices across the United States and about 68 cities across the globe, or 68 countries. Our mission is to investigate, disrupt, and dismantle terrorist, transnational, and other criminal organizations. We have a diverse workforce consisting of over 7,100 special agents. So HSI has over 10,000 employees to include 7,000 special agents. Next slide, please. So what are the investigations that HSI conducts? So we have a wide range of investigations. As you can see on the screen, narcotic smuggling, money laundering, child exploitation, transnational gangs, human smuggling, human trafficking, cyber, identity fraud, a whole bunch of investigative areas. So a lot of people may not have heard of Homeland Security investigations. After 9/11, Homeland Security was born from several other agencies that existed in the past. So you may recall, or some of you guys are too young to recall, but there used to be an agency called U.S. Customs Service, and then another one called the Immigration and Naturalization Service. So after 9/11, those were combined together to form the Department of Homeland Security. So HSI is the investigative arm. We conduct all investigations for all the DHS components. Next slide. So this slide gives you an idea of some of our activities at a glance. In the year 2020, or the fiscal year 2020, we had over 3,671 gang-related arrests. In total, we had close to 32,000 arrests, criminal arrests. We have more arrests, which included administrative arrests. We seized over almost $2 billion in currency and seized assets. We had over 3,000 child exploitation criminal arrests and seized close to 180,000 pounds of meth. Next slide, please. So this gives you an idea, like I talked about earlier, of some of the areas that we investigate, some of the crimes, financial crimes, cyber crimes, child exploitation, national security. In the national security area, we work very closely with the FBI. The FBI has a joint terrorism task force, and Homeland Security sits with those task forces across the country. Next slide, please. So this again gives you an idea of some of the crimes that we investigate. Just go through the slides, please. Next slide. So cyber crimes, next slide. Child exploitation, public safety, global trade, national security, and securing the border. I'll give you an example of the global trade. As we are living in the pandemic over the last year, we have been working cases involving fraudulent, vaccines, PPP, and masks and other such equipment. So over the last year, we have an operation called Operation Stolen Promise. In this operation, what we did, we started investigating websites that were selling, like masks that were fraudulent, or they were purporting to sell vaccines from Pfizer or the other manufacturers. We would work with the manufacturers to make sure that these sites are taken down immediately as soon as they are put up. Next slide, please. As I stated earlier, we have 30 offices across the United States, major offices, what they call SAC offices, and 225 individual offices. In fiscal 2020, we initiated over 45,000 criminal cases. Next slide. Next slide. So we have an international operations area. We operate in lots of countries. Over there, we don't investigate crimes like we do here in the United States. It's a more of a liaison position. So we work with our partners in the various countries to pass data information back and forth. For example, if we have an investigation here in the United States that affects a country, another country, so we are able to send a request to our HSI offices, and they in turn will work with the partners in those countries to get whatever data that we need. Sometimes if we need to arrest somebody that fled to that country, if we have an extradition treaty with that country, the HSI office will facilitate that. Next slide. So we're in over 80 plus countries, and we have over close to 500 agents assigned overseas. Next slide. So since this is a cyber-related, software, so I'll talk a little bit about our cyber operations. Our cyber operations are run from the Cybercrime Center in Fairfax, Virginia. We have a computer forensics section, a cybercrime section, and a child exploitation investigation section. So across the country, at each HSI SAC office, you will have a cyber group consisting, sometimes they will work computer forensics cases or general cyber crimes like dark web and cryptocurrency cases or child exploitation cases. In some of the bigger offices, you would have, separate groups, like you'll have a child exploitation group, computer forensics group, and a cyber crimes group. But in most of the smaller offices, all of those offices are combined into one group. We also have our technical operations center here in Virginia. So for each one of those offices, I know we have a student volunteer program. So if you're interested in joining HSI, the first place to start is to go to the USA Jobs website. That's where you'll get a lot of information. You can find not only special agent positions, you'll find other support positions. Like our friends at the FBI said, there are lots of different positions that you can apply for, not just a special agent position. I would say the special agent position is probably one of the more exciting ones. That's the one a lot of younger people are interested in. So one of the things we don't have a specific, like a lot of questions people ask is what degrees are we looking for? We're not looking for any types of specific degrees. But if you have, language skills or you have cyber background, that would help out. But you could have any degree. In fact, sometimes people ask me, do I need to get a degree in criminal justice? I advise that just get a degree. Get a degree in accounting, get a degree in cyber, get a degree in whatever other field, so that when you join HSI or any other law enforcement agency, you can use that knowledge that you had in your degree in your regular job. Next slide. All right. So this is the last slide. If you're interested in joining HSI as an intern or as an employee when you graduate, go to the usajobs.com website, and in the search bar, put Homeland Security Investigation, so you can put ICE, and you will see a lot of the positions. And once you apply, it does take a while. When I talk to a lot of younger people, they used to in the private sector, when they apply for a job, they get, you may get the job in about a month or 2 months. You hear something, either you get the job or you don't get the job. Well, trying to get a job with the federal government is an exercise in patience, because you may apply, like say you apply today, it may take, sometimes a year or 2 years before you finally make it to the academy. So if you apply and you don't hear anything back, don't get discouraged, just go through the process. So some of the things like our FBI colleague stated, you need to be aware of is, you shouldn't have committed a crime, no drugs, those are some of the things that you gotta, bad debt, stuff like that. If you go to the website, it will tell you some of the things to stay away from. So once this is over, I'll be glad to take any kind of questions that you have at the conclusion of the presentation.
Okay, thank you so much for that, HSI. So before we get to the Q&A, if anyone is just now joining us, I wanted to provide a little recap of what we were able to hear. So the FBI discussed nation-state adversaries, types of cybercrimes the FBI investigates, and the financial damages of cybercrimes. They also discussed the Honors Internship Program, the Collegiate Hiring Initiative, or the CHI program, and requirements for applications. HSI discussed the types of crimes it investigates, the creation of HSI after the events of 9/11, and some investigative numbers at a glance, operations with international agencies, and the student volunteer program. I know that our presenters are going to go over this when we ask them some questions, but if you're interested in applying for jobs with the FBI, visit www.fbijobs.gov. And for HSI jobs, you'll want to visit www.usajobs.gov and then search for HSI or ICE. So now we've got a couple of questions for the panelists, and then once we get through those, we're going to allow some questions from the audience. So are we ready for the Q&A?
Go ahead.
Okay, great. So I know that this is something that you both touched on during your presentation, but is there a particular area of study or a type of degree that makes a candidate more competitive or that sets a candidate apart from others? And if so, what is it?
From our end on the FBI, there definitely is not a particular area of study. I know there's a lot of people picture folks with law enforcement background or military backgrounds as the main people that end up working with us. And while we do have a good number of folks with those backgrounds, we we really champion a diversity of backgrounds because it only makes the FBI better with all the different experiences that make up one's life tapestry. So we're really looking for all different kinds. So please don't shy away from applying because you don't think that you fit a certain mold. There is no mold.
Good to know. HSI, do you have anything to add?
Sure, I would second that. We're not looking for any specific degree. We're looking for diverse employees. Just bring your experiences, your life experiences, educational experiences. That's what we value.
Okay, thank you. So next question. And again, you guys kind of touched on this during your presentations. What would a perfect candidate for a special agent, analyst, or administrative role within your agency look like in terms of knowledge, critical skill sets, and abilities? Is there something that you really look for in terms of what someone can do?
Sure, I can go ahead and take that one. So as far as the FBI goes, kind of like Laura said, there is no perfect candidate. We really are looking for people with a variety of backgrounds and experiences. That being said, certain jobs like a computer scientist, we're looking for people that know how to use Python and C++ and R, just as examples. Or if you're applying to be a forensic accountant, you do need to have a certain amount of accounting credits for your undergrad. So for certain positions, there are some more specific requirements that you can read in the job postings. But in general, the answer is no. Honestly, we're looking for someone who can pass a polygraph, someone who is a team player. And there's nowhere that you're going to go that once you join the FBI, you know how to do everything. You're not going to come straight out of college or out of some other job and know how to dismantle a gang on day one. We're here to teach you guys that. So just motivated people, that would be best.
Great.
So for HSI, we're looking for motivation, somebody that wants to work hard, being flexible, because sometimes you may be assigned to places that are not the most ideal. For example, when I came on board, I was assigned to HSI Nogales, which is like a mile away from the border in Mexico. Now, that wasn't my perfect office, but when I got there, it was very exciting. I had a great time. I actually still have a home in the area. So being flexible would help you a lot. Not just looking for one thing, but being open to different experiences, I believe, is something that would help you greatly.
That sounds about right. And again, here's another question I know that you guys kind of touched on in your presentations, but I'd really like to see if you could reiterate. What kinds of programs and internships are available to students who are interested in working in federal law enforcement and or intelligence agencies?
Sure. So as far as the FBI goes, like I said, it's the full-time 10-week summer internship. Some schools do ask if students can participate in the Bureau at different times of the year due to co-op requirements, but that's not something that we have set up right now. It's just due to the hiring process and how long it takes to get people cleared. They do that in one big swoop every single year. One thing I do recommend, though, to candidates is if you are interested in working, whether it's for the FBI, HSI, any federal law enforcement partners, is try to do something with your time that once you're submitting your application and your resume into our portals, that it shows on paper that you've done something that aligns with our missions. So if that is, volunteering with a security team, if that is shadowing at a police department, it doesn't need to be anything crazy fancy, but if you can put anything on paper that just aligns with our missions, that's kind of going to be your best bet. And again, the FBI internship is super competitive to land, so don't get discouraged if you're not an intern. It is so much easier to get hired full-time.
Great.
So for HSI, we have the HSI Student Volunteer Program. It offers unpaid professional training opportunities to undergraduate and graduate students. The students would work with special agents or criminal analysts working actual investigations. Usually for students that complete the program, they're able to apply when there are openings. They're able to submit an application, and sometimes they're able to get in right away instead of waiting years and years going through the normal application process. So if this is something you're interested in, I'd highly recommend that you call the Boston HSI office and ask to speak to the recruiter, as well as go to the USA Jobs website. So another thing that I just came back to me, on the USA Jobs website, you can create an agent that sends you emails whenever a specific job category opens up. For example, you can go on there, you can put HSI special agent, and whenever an opening for an HSI special agent is available, it will send you an email and to let you know that an opening that there is an opening and you can apply for it.
That's great. I believe the FBI has something similar through their application portal. Is that correct?
Somewhat similar. As far as usajobs.gov goes, there are advertisements on there for FBI positions, but you do have to physically go to fbijobs.gov in order to actually apply to our positions.
Okay.
Like you mentioned earlier, some are pool postings that are posted on a quarterly basis, and then some of them are just posted on the spot as they're needed in specific locations. As far as setting alerts for when certain things are posted, I think that's something you can do through I think that's something you can do through usajobs.gov.
Excellent. Okay, so the last question that we have prepared for you before we get to audience questions is, if you could offer only one piece of advice, just one, to prospective candidates seeking employment with the FBI or HSI, what would it be?
So, well, our friends at the HSI took one of my main ones, which was it being an exercise in patience, because that is so true. So I'll say, do your homework. Look around, see what kind of jobs are available, because you may not even be considering some really great fits for you. There are a lot of opportunities that really no one thinks of are being available in some place like the FBI. And, reach out to the recruiters, and they can put you in touch with people in different positions that you're interested in. Because the more people you talk to in the organization, the more you're going to learn and probably get excited about the prospects and the opportunities that could be available in your future. And then my piece of advice would be, as stereotypical as this is to apply with a federal resume. If you're not familiar with what that is, you can Google templates. There's one on fbijobs.gov. But basically, the private sector is looking for a one-page resume just highlighting what you've done so far, and the Bureau is looking for the opposite. We want you to be 100% qualified on paper before we'll even consider you as an applicant. So when you're on a job posting, there's going to be different competencies, education requirements, experience requirements. We are looking for paragraphs of detailed information of what you've done so far with your life. So it's very common for resumes to be 2, 3, 4, 5 pages long, depending how long you've been in the workforce for. Mm-hmm. And I think sometimes it can be very hard for applicants to qualify for certain positions when they're using a super short resume, because you need to check all the boxes on paper for us to move forward with your application.
That's great advice. Thank you. HSI?
I will second that about the federal resume. If you want to see an example of a federal resume, if you go to USA Jobs, they have examples posted. So another advice I would give to the students, if you want to join HSI, I know a lot of people are excited about becoming a special agent. Sometimes it takes a while to be able to get into this position. So one of my recommendations would be, if you get an opportunity to join another federal agency, for example, the U.S. Border Patrol or CBP or some other maybe smaller agency, I would highly recommend you do that. You'll gain invaluable experience that you can bring to HSI. For example, I started my law enforcement career as a Border Patrol agent in Tucson, Arizona. And I was able to transfer to HSI after 4 years. And the experience I gained as a Border Patrol agent has helped me immensely throughout my career. Another advice I would give is that sometimes, the students that we're talking to right now are mostly students in cyber. So let's say you want to start working cyber for say HSI. when you join HSI, you may not start working cyber right away. For us, we want to build you up first as an agent before we turn you over to become a cyber agent. So, gain some experience in some other areas. And when you come on, if you're not assigned to a cyber group, just keep working whatever group you assign. For example, you may be assigned to a gang group, an immigration group, or a JTTF task force. Just keep doing that job, and then eventually you'll find your way into the cyber field that you're interested in. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much. So we have a few more minutes. So if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you some questions from the viewers out here. So the first question, what is the exact spelling of the Higher Out of College program? So that first program that you were discussing.
Sure. So we have our honors internship program, and then we have our collegiate hiring initiative. It's known as the CHI program. It's a collegiate hiring initiative.
Okay, great. Let's see. So I know you must be a U.S. citizen to be an agent, but can people from other countries help the FBI cybercrime unit in any way?
Yes. So, and just to be clear, you can be a natural born citizen or a naturalized citizen. So if, at some point in the future you end up naturalizing, you would also be eligible at that point. In terms of helping us from another country, we do have offices overseas. They're called our legat offices. So since we don't have legal authority outside the US, our presence there is really to help out our foreign partners, law enforcement partners. And so you could, in fact, help us by kind of getting involved in the national police in the country that you're in, and things like that.
Also, as Laura mentioned earlier, if you go to ic3.gov, that's our central cyber-specific reporting portal. So if there is anything that you feel like that the Bureau needs to know or some way that you can help and assist, that's a great way, one, just to put that information out there. And two, if it's super specific to cyber, we do confidential human sources. So, people who are all out and about in the world are helping us with information. And if that is something that you feel that you have something specific that you can report on, that maybe you have a little bit more access to than what just like basic Google searches can give the rest of the world. Absolutely. Feel free to email Boston applicants at fbi.gov. They will put you in touch with us. But I think the ic3.gov portal is your best bet.
And so that's the letter I, the letter C, the number 3.gov.
Great. I hope that answers the question. Okay. So I believe this can be for both agencies. How many years of professional experience would you recommend before applying at a minimum? How many years?
For the FBI, it depends on the position. If you're applying to be an intelligence analyst, we'll actually take you straight out of school. There is no work experience requirement. Honestly, different positions, if you go to the job posting, they'll spit it out right there for you, what it is that they're looking for. As far as the agent application goes, there's no right or wrong answer as far as how many years experience you need to have. It's just the experience you do have. Some people life hits them hard and they have all sorts of experiences earlier on, and some people work for 10 years and have a lot of professional experience and then come on board. If you are interested in the agent position, you can read more about it online and the different competencies that they want you to be able to speak to, because you can use your education, your work experience, volunteer experience, just, things that have happened to you in life. So it's more about just when you actually feel ready that you can check all of those boxes and speak to them extensively. It's not so much a specific time frame.
Great.
So for HSI, we don't have any minimum professional experience. We've hired college students directly into the special agent position. So once you go through, if you go through the internship position, you could be hired at the end of the internship. So, but sometimes if you just apply directly, it may be hard to compete with other people with some more work experience. That's why I recommended earlier, if you have an opportunity to say join the Border Patrol or CBP or some other federal law enforcement agency, that would be a good way to gain valuable experience, which would make you very competitive for the special agent position.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, so this next question. As a criminologist, how can I get experience in the Bureau before applying to be a special agent?
That is great experience, and it's really applicable to all roles. And so it's really up to you and what specific things that you're interested in.
As far as being a criminologist goes, there are so many different ways that you can use your skills on the intel side of the house. So if you're interested in applying to be an intelligence analyst, but also if you're looking to eventually become an agent, just get experience out in the field, whether you are being a police officer, you're helping investigations, working for other federal agencies. You don't have to do 100% of what the Bureau is currently doing now in order for you to get hired here. It's more just having a breadth of experiences is really what we're looking for.
And the other thing to keep in mind is you can come on board as one role and then decide that you want to do something else. So we have plenty of folks who come on board as an administrative person and then ends up being, one of our tactical analysts, or people that come in as an intel analyst and decide to be an agent. I mean, you would still have to go through a training process and all of that. But it's still, you're not locked into whatever you come on board initially as.
Just using myself for an example, I've been here for 4 years and I've been in 3 different positions because I keep looking for my next challenge. And I have a background in business economics and finance, and now I'm working cybercrime. So you don't have to be 100% the perfect fit. We're going to train you.
And I'm a Spanish major and I'm working cybercrimes.
That's wonderful advice. Thank you so much. And I believe we have one more question. Does being a military veteran help speed the hiring process in the FBI or HSI?
So for the FBI, it's not going to speed up the process at all, but we do give preference to 5 or 10-point veterans, which again, you can read more about that on FBIjobs.gov. But basically, you're going to have to supply us with your DD-214 form to prove your veteran's preference. So sometimes it might guarantee you a first-round interview, but it's not going to speed anything up. We don't take clearances from any other agencies or the military and transfer them over. We do everyone's background from the ground up.
Great. HSI?
Yeah, similarly, we give a 5 to 10 point preference for veterans. So we do have another program called the Gero program. So for veterans that were injured, in combat, or while serving, the United States, we train them as forensic analysts. It's a specific program that you can apply to, and once you finish the training, you become a computer forensics analyst, and you work with different cyber crimes or different crimes.
Did I lose you?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, it cut up for just a quick minute.
Okay. So I don't know if you heard all of that, but we have the Gero program for veterans that were injured in either in combat or while serving. You can become, when you go through the program, you can become a computer forensics analyst, and you'll be assigned to different groups working cyber crimes or child exploitation cases.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. So we're actually, I said that was going to be the last one, but we have one last question we're going to squeeze in the next 2 minutes. Is it possible for other countries' law enforcement agencies at the national or local level to get training with HSI or the FBI?
With the FBI, we definitely have opportunities. We have something called the National Academy, which is at Quantico for a chunk of time. I think it's a couple months long. It's pretty competitive. So our foreign partners, law enforcement, have whatever process they have in order to pick somebody from their department to be able to come to the training. But it's awesome because everyone from all over the world is there at the same time. Sometimes there's new agents there in training. So it's just really cool to see the confluence of people. The other thing is when you travel overseas, and a lot of times if you've completed the National Academy, you get this this yellow brick, and so our partners will have it in their offices, and it's so cool because it's just a point of pride. And then when there's an FBI representative there, then it's like, oh hey, we're basically both FBI. So it's very cool. So that's one opportunity. There are other training opportunities, whether it's you guys coming here for certain conferences or trainings that we're holding, or if you're looking for FBI people to come to you. I apologize that I don't have a generic email address for the cyber program specifically, but again, if you want to email bostonapplicants@fbi.gov, we'll tell them to send your questions to us, because we can talk to you more specifically about what law enforcement agencies you're with, what type of trainings you're looking for, and then what specific opportunities we can give you.
Outstanding. HSI, before we end this?
Sure. So HSI, we don't have a similar program like the FBI does, but we conduct training with foreign law enforcement across the globe. So, we work with our HSI offices in the host countries, and they will let us know what kind of training the host countries want, and then we'll facilitate that training. Over the past year, because of the pandemic, we've actually conducted a lot of these training online. Now that we have a vaccine, we're going to start getting back out there and helping our partners across the globe.
Great. So before we end this, if you guys don't mind, just giving us on the backside here, give us your contact information or like a generic email. So if anybody has any questions that they'd like to ask, we can post those in the comments for people who are going to view this later. Okay?
You got it.
All right, thank you. So that is going to conclude our career fair at this time. So I'm going to pass the mic back to Andrew and let you take it away. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madeline. That was wonderful. Thank you again to our panelists from both the FBI and the HSI. We are going to go into a quick break here for a little less than 10 minutes. We'll be back at 4:10 p.m. Eastern Time, at which point we will be doing our awards ceremony. So stay tuned. We'll be back in just a second. Welcome back, everyone. We are back from our last break here, and thank you for joining us at the final session of our second annual White Hat Conference. Before we begin our award ceremony today, I'd like to first provide our audience with a few brief introductions. Firstly, Mike Toro Alvarez is a liaison officer of the Center for CIC for Latin America. He is a lieutenant colonel with more than 20 years of experience in the field of public safety and cybercrime investigation, as well as assisting AmeriPol and the United Nations against drugs and crime. We additionally have Dr. Kyung-shick. Dr. Chu is the U.S. Department of Justice Grant Program Lead and the Professor of Criminal Justice and Economic Crime at Utica College. He is the COPI of the BJA Grant Project, who has worked closely with the PI institution, Boston University. He has extensive research grant experience, such as the OJJDP Juvenile Drug Court Guidelines, the NIJ School Safety Intelligent Fusion Center in Miami-Dade, and the Department of Education Louisiana Safe and Successful Schools Initiative, the BJA Sex Offender Authentication, the KIC Transnational Human Trafficking Study, and finally the Massachusetts Shannon Community Safety Initiative. Lastly, we have Dr. Lou Chitkushev, who is the Associate Dean of the BU Met College, the Associate Dean of Academic Affairs, and the Associate Professor of Computer Science at the Boston University Metropolitan College, as well as the Director of Health Informatics and the Health Sciences Programs. Dr. Chitkushev served as the chairman of the Met Computer Science Department from 2006 until 2013. And in 2004, he was part of the faculty team which established Boston University as a national center of academic excellence in information assurance and in education and research, as designated by the National Security Agency and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. He is co-founder of Boston University's Center for Reliable Information Systems and Cybersecurity, and as its founding associate director for academic programs and industry relations, he also serves. Dr. Chitkushev's research interest is in computer networks and cybersecurity, specifically in new scalable internet architectures and protocols for reliable biomedical and financial data transfer. Mike Toro Alvarez will begin the awards ceremony by distributing the Outstanding Contribution Awards. And then Dr. Chu will be the moderator of the Student Paper Competition and the CI Competition Awards. Without further ado, let's please give a warm welcome to Dr. Kyung-shick Chu from Utica College, who will be the moderator during this session and who will provide the winning announcements for these competitions. Dr. Chu, please take it away.
Dr. Chu, please come here. This is the white hat badges, the full star, the golden one. Cooperation between cybercrime investigators. White Hat Conference 2021 is now possible, it's true, because of Utica College support and your support and the support of your team. This badge represents all of the commitment, all of the people, different teams who are working close each other as we have to do as cybercrime investigators. Please receive the assurances of our highest admiration and gratitude. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Choi. Dr. Choi, thank you so much. Thank you very much for making the academia closer to the cybercrime investigators. On behalf of the community of Police Forces of America, Maripol, and all of the teams who were committed with this event and with the training before coming here, we grant you gratitude for your leadership and support for making this continent a place, a cyber-safe place. Congratulations. Dr. Liu, Boston University Metropolitan College. The main goal of a cybercrime investigator is to capture the cyber criminal. But the biggest one is to work really close with other cybercrime investigators around the world. Thank you so much for providing such a support, for giving us the idea of a really global cooperation framework. Thank you so much, Boston University and Metropolitan College. On behalf of the community of police forces of America, Maripol, thank you for your support in the training of our police officers, cybercrime investigators, institutions, and society. Congratulations. Thank you. Please, Dr. Liu.
All right. Thank you very much to Mr. Torre Alvarez for presenting those awards. I believe, are we going to go into the student paper competition and CI competition awards now? And those will be presented by Dr. Kyung-shick Chu from Utica College. So Dr. Chu, if you could please take it away.
Thank you, Andrew. Good morning, everyone. I also like to say good afternoon and good evening to friends and colleagues joining us from all over the world. I am very much excited and deeply honored to present to you the winning teams of the Cybercrime Investigation Challenge and the finalists from student paper competition. First, student paper competition, as you already had a chance to listen the full finalists from the competition, I would like to give you a brief background of it. While the conference itself was scheduled only for 2 days, which was yesterday and today, the student paper competition started early this year. 12 student papers from many different countries were submitted in February and entered the competition. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge special thanks to the competition judges. Dr. Jae-young Choi, assistant professor at Angelo State University, and who is also a guest editor of the International Journal of Cybercrime and Investigation, and Professor Brandon Dulles at the University of Tampa, and Nathan Chris, the professor at Penn State University at Tula, and Richard Wentling, the professor at Penn State, New Kingston. Like the judges that I just mentioned, many were working behind the conference and who have devoted their time and effort to the conference. Without them, it would not be possible to have this wonderful and successful conference. Again, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to those people who served and as one of 3 co-organizers of this conference. So let's find out who is the first place out of the 4 paper finalists. And those finalists are the Sydney Gero University of Scranton, Jason Hwang, Seoul National University, South Korea, Nayang Gyeonggi University, South Korea, Yoo Park, University of Texas at Dallas. So the first place goes Thank you. Wow. Well, first place goes to Ms. Ji-sun Hwang from Seoul National University. Congratulations, Ji-sun. Let's hear her remarks. Ji-sun Hwang?
Hello, my name is Ji-sun Hwang from Seoul National University, and I am very honored to be the first prize winner of the student paper competition. I'm attending this conference from South Korea, so by the time this video goes up, I'll have been awake since 1 a.m. here, so very happy news to help me survive the rest of the day. I would also like to thank my family for their support during the long and often grueling process of writing the paper. And I would also like to thank all of the experts who participated in the interviews that formed the crux of my paper. Last of all, I would like to say a very big thank you to all of the organizers of this event. Thanks to you, I am very encouraged in my plans to continue to pursue my interests in this field. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you, Ji-sun. Again, my big congratulations. So now it's time to find out the first place out of the final 3 teams from the Cybercrime Investigation Challenge. This morning, you also had an opportunity to listen the mock trial presentation. Like a student paper competition, we had 16 cyber teams from 13 countries had competed one another in 24 hours, starting on Monday, May 31st at 3 p.m. here in Eastern Time. Unlike the traditional CTF challenge, which demonstrates the technical skills requiring computer science, engineering, software knowledge, and components, our Cybercrime Investigation Challenge was designed to demonstrate and focus on communication and collaboration between technical cyber professionals and legal professionals, such as prosecutors and judges. If technical cyber professionals do not follow the legal regulation and boundary, there will be no difference between bad guys and good guys, meaning they all broke the laws. Thus, it is critical to comply the legal procedure, like a criminal procedure laws during the investigation. It is also critical how to communicate and present such complicated technical skills and knowledge to prosecutors and judges who may not have such complicated technical knowledge and background. It is very tough and challenging, yet we have to prepare. And that's exactly how the challenge was designed for. Its own and unique model compared to many traditional CTF challenges out there. I am very much impressed to observe this competition. Some teams tried different techniques, such as working in different shifts and working individually on some tasks. These techniques, although well intended, did not return similar gains as those teams where multiple individuals were involved in discussing and brainstorming, the next challenging steps. Imagine yourself, you're dealing with a foreign language and United States Criminal Penal Code because you are actually coming from, another countries. Communication with the case managers during the challenge and investigation and preparing the mock trial. I don't know if I could handle such a high level of stress within 24 hours. This is truly the challenging. For that reason, I'd like to congratulate every one of those contestants who showed their bravery and engaged in such challenges, regardless of their scores. So here is a short summary of the finalists. All of the top 3 teams demonstrated very good communication and discussion as they discovered different obstacles and evidence throughout the competition. For example, the Cambodia achieved 64% of the technical challenges. This team was very persistent, and they all worked throughout the entire time available. They came on very strong later at this stage of the competition. Hungary, for example, achieved 90% of the technical challenges, jumped off to the very early lead and had to get busy later in the competition, tried to stay in first place. It's Cambodia and South Korea and other countries' teams started to close the gap. South Korea achieved 58% of the technical challenges. This team was another example of continuing to work hard in their efforts. Paid off as they steadily improved their standings throughout the end of the competition. But I also like to make a special note about one more team who was not the finalist of this competition and therefore was not able to present during the mock trial. Argentina, although they came in fourth in this portion of the competition, worked very hard, had excellent communication and teamwork, achieved about 50% of the technical challenge. So in summary, again, I was very impressed in every one of these teams. So after combining the 3 sections of the technical components, legal writing components, and mock trial, the first place of the cybercrime investigation competition goes Thank you. Well, the first place of the cybercrime investigation competition in 2021 White Hat Challenge and Conference goes to Hungarian team. 50 Shades of the Gray Hats. Congratulations. Again, my big congratulations. Let's bring the team leaders of our entire team and hear their remarks.
I'm grateful for the chance of taking part in this competition. It was really exciting and challenging. I can tell I personally gained a lot of experience from it. I'd like to thank the excellent job my teammates made, who took on the challenge and really put the effort in it. And I also like to thank those people who prepared us for this competition and who were there for us until the finish line. I'd like to congratulate all the other teams as well, who also worked really hard. Thank you all.
Hi, I am thrilled and honored to be here, to be invited to this competition. I'm not going to lie, this was a very intense 48 hours with as little sleep as possible because we wanted to uncover and discover as much evidences and clues as were possible, and also throughout the capture the flag part we wanted to discover as much flags as were needed. Therefore, we have learned so much throughout the whole competition, and we could also further improve our cybersecurity skill sets and hacking skill sets. We improved a lot. Also, it is because we spent quite some time preparing for this competition, like researching and exploring forensics and cybercrime investigation tools and learning about the US way of doing it. And I was mesmerized how real life this whole competition and this scenario was based on. And therefore we could get to know another field and get a little bit familiar with the US methodologies and best practices. and cybercrime investigation methods. So this whole competition was a very, very positive experience for me, and I'm looking forward to compete here again. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mario and I represent the 50 Shades of Grey Hat team from Hungary and the National University of Public Service. This was my first ever cybersecurity competition, and in my life I have never worked in the field of cybercrime investigation before. This challenge was a very good introduction into both fields because the competition was very good and the different problems made us use and learn new technologies that we haven't even heard about before. For example, the autopsy program. 2 days ago, we started working together as 3 guys from completely different backgrounds, and right now I can say we really became a team in that 48 hours. We really put in the hours, and I think we achieved what we came here for. Learning new things, trying out our current skills, and representing our university. Thank you very much. Thank you for the organizers, and I would like to thank the other teams for such a good competition also. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Again, thank you so much for every one of you who participated in the challenge and attended this 2021 White Hat Conference. We're looking forward to next year's conference. And now I'd like you to wrap it up to say thank you again to all of you. Andrew, you can take it over now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chu, and thank you so much to all of our other speakers, panelists, and competition participants, as well as our audience today. We are going to close things up here, but before we do, I'm going to pass it over to, once again, to Dr. Lou Chitkushev, who's going to make some final closing remarks. So thanks again for joining us. Dr. Chitkushev, take it away.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very glad to have the opportunity to close the conference, which was an outstanding event. Over the last 2 years, we had a possibility to see highly competent teams, highly competent students, participants, and professors across the globe. And also we had an opportunity to see teams that were able to present knowledge that is applicable to everyday life. We had excellent presenters from the government agency and industry, and they represented very well the goal of the conference. On behalf of the Boston University program, I'd like to say that it's not an accident that this conference was at BU. Generally and specifically at Met College. For the last 20 years, Metropolitan College has been developing expertise in the area of security. I'll go over just a few things to remind everybody. I know it's 5 o'clock almost in the afternoon, but it's important to put it in the context. What have been going on over the last 20 years, and what are we going to see? What do we expect over cybersecurity over the next 10 years, and how we can get ready? That is the goal and purpose of the conference. So 20 years ago, it was September 11, 2001, that really changed the way we looked at cybersecurity, the way we looked at security in general, and then it was followed by a lot of activity in the government and into information security programs. So we immediately at MET, we jumped on that opportunity, and in 2003, we certified the information security programs at Metropolitan Computer Science Department. In 2004, we had initiative across the Boston University, inter-college, including Metropolitan Computer Science Department at College of Arts and Sciences, Engineering, and the School of Management. And we really established the RISC Center, the Center for Reliable Information Systems and Cybersecurity. So this was in 2005. And then in parallel with that, it was again the Metropolitan College that launched in 2001 the first fully online Master of Science in Criminal Justice. And this has been a top-ranked program. It's currently number 2 ranked in the world, and has been number 4, the top 4 since 2015, since we have this ranking. So that is one important academic component. The other component is research, and this conference is also being supported by very generous research grant by the Department of Justice, which is a student computer forensics and digital evidence education opportunity program, which supports Boston University and Utica College with close to $1 million research money. I'm honored to serve as a principal investigator for this program, together with Dr. Cho and Dr. Chu from Utica College. So absolutely, it's not an accident that we're here, and we are delighted that we were able to welcome so many people at this conference. Let me tell a few things about the cybercrime situation and the cybercrime relations that are having here. So the computers are increasingly becoming, as we know, an inseparable part of the social activities. And what we expect over the next 10 years, the trend that we have been seeing over the last 20 years will continue. We will continue to see, in my opinion, the increased accessibility to internet, the predatory personal crimes we expect to increase. The more people will continuously be connected to the internet, and it will, I think, will increase the computer-related crimes and crimes in a cashless economy. So we are going to see a lot of challenges to enforcing these policies and in a digital space. At the same time, we are going to continue to deal with the legacy internet problems. When I say that, what I have in mind is the internet structure. As we all know, we are still using the old internet structure that was developed in the 70s and the 80s, and with all the problems that we have continue to deal with, or to have inherited from that structure, based on datagram networks, the connectionless communication, the addressing space, which is a flat space. In other words, we still deal with IP addresses which have very little or basically no information about the physical location of entities over the internet. It's a flat space. We have insecure protocols, and of course increase wireless communication. So those are the problems that will remain. So we have infrastructure that has not been designed for authenticated and secure communication. However, we have built on top of it, and many of the protocols, security protocols, have not been implemented efficiently. Even protocols that deal with scalability have a number of issues. we have the other thing that we deal on daily basis is that there is a change in the data and in devices in general. The data devices will continue to shrink in size, which will, I think, increase the possibility for cybercrime and hiding of devices, or more people will use consumer purchase devices, but data storage will increase at the same time, and we expect to see larger data that will be stored in cloud, so it will not be necessarily located at the crime scenes or wherever the investigation needs to happen. We will have a cloud storage, so securing networks the way we used to do it at the perimeters, and then providing that type of demilitarized zone approach to network security is completely outdated these days, especially what we are going to see in the future with software-defined networks and total flexibility of big data and cloud storage. So I expect that really we are going to see much more Byzantine type of attacks of people who, or entities within the network, who are in dormant cells, or they have been authenticated at the time, and after that they have compromised their security issues. And all these things will present extreme challenges to the cybersecurity identification and investigation at the same time. Other things that are of big concern are obviously Internet of Things, the smart environment that are going to be created. We have issues with, for example, more and more medical data is in the cloud, and e-health electronic records, smart grid, nanotechnologies, and all the other technologies that we are using to hopefully detect crime or have ability to, let's say, have financial distributions or communication, like blockchain, to provide actually authentication and to secure that there has been integrity of the data, will be also used in cybercrime. So we have to think of blockchain-based digital forensics, chains of custody, and other techniques that will need to be implemented. Also, with wireless, we go in a higher frequency, 5G, 6G, and higher and larger data. And in general, all these things are putting tremendous pressure on cybersecurity. They're increasing the amount of data, they're increasing the amount of the size of devices, and all this seamless human-to-computer communication, when now we don't have to type, or we can just talk or discuss with the computer, and computers are more and more verbally and visually communicated and recorded, will represent a major challenge for the cybercrime investigation. We will need a global, worldwide cybersecurity units that will need to look into that. But there is one thing for sure: the need for learning new hardware and system will be more than ever present. We'll have various operating systems that people will need to be trained and on software techniques. There is increasing educational needs and collaboration in the area of cybercrime investigation, and it will be more challenging, but more important to stay abreast of production and proliferation of new devices. So with that all in mind, for educator and trainers and people dealing with cybersecurity investigation, there will be increased needs for cybersecurity experts. Unfortunately, the cybersecurity crimes will continue to increase in intensity and sophistication, I would say on a massive global scale. And cybersecurity, cyberspace as a tool for fun and profit, or even worse, will continue to be in an important playground. Also, I expect that cyber terrorism, in addition to cyber crime, will increase, and especially sponsored by terrorist organizations and governments as well around the country. So a steady demand of qualified experts who can identify, investigate, collect, and analyze digital evidence, both in public and private sector, will be present, and demand is likely to exceed the supply. So conferences like the one that we had, a White House conference, Whitehead conference, it's extremely important. First, because it's a global event. It puts researchers and collaborators all around the globe together to exchange and work together on techniques and possibilities how to fight in crime. And I think the importance of a conference like Whitehead will continue. At the end, I'd like to thank everybody who first helped with organizing the conference, primarily Dr. Choi, Dr. Chu, Metropolitan College, Boston University offices, the Utica College, the government agencies who sent their outstanding speakers, FBI, Department of Homeland Security, all the participants and in competitions, our friends and collaborators across the globe. I was very glad to see people that I've met in Argentina, our collaborators like Luciano from Siglo 1 and 21 and many others. And I'd like to thank for an outstanding conference. We had, as you know, more than 1,000 people, 1,300 attendees, which is amazing number. And it was a very useful, I found it very educational conference. And I'd like to thank you all and send our best regards from Boston. And see you all at the 4th International Whitehead Conference. Thank you and best regards. Back to you. Bye.